Well. The Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, have not won their first two preseason games since 2007. And the Cowboys have now won two preseason games. Not only have they won two preseason games, they've absolutely dominated two preseason games. And I know it's the preseason, but the thing that has me the most excited is that the defense, the second, third, and fourth team defense, already have the defensive system down. And so even though these are just merely preseason games, the Dallas Cowboys look like they're playing these like they are regular season games. And dare I say, the Cowboys are looking pretty doggone good. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. What is going on, Cowboys fans? Y'all know I wasn't gonna let this go. Gotta talk about the Dallas Cowboys. These men are balling. All the way down to the water boy and the water girl. Let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? Oh, we have a lot of great things coming up the rest of this season. Oh, let's talk facts. Man, I am telling y'all, incredible game. Incredible game. I know, it's preseason. I'm sorry, but I haven't watched preseason games like this since never. I've never watched preseason games like this. Preseason with the Dallas Cowboys has been absolutely must-watch TV. And the level of execution is mind-boggling. The level of execution is mind-boggling. Man, we're gonna talk about it tonight. So, first things first, we're gonna look at that box score. Then, we're gonna go through these position groups. But in particular, we're gonna look at Milton versus Howell. We're gonna look at Mingo versus Brown. It was a Mingo sighting tonight. It was a Mingo sighting tonight. That doggone Mingo. Man, he might have slid Joe Milton a little money. Like, hey man, hit me on one. Cause I'm telling you right now, Camden Brown balled out too. We're also gonna talk about Jashaun Barham. We're gonna talk about Jashaun Barham. He was an absolute monster tonight. We're gonna talk about Shavon Revel Jr. Oh, and I forgot, we're gonna talk about Jayden Blue and Malik Davis. And then we'll see what interviews come down. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna mosey over to DallasCowboys.com. I'm gonna kind of keep that up. So I can kind of keep a gauge of when do the videos come down. I know it's late, but I am sure there is still going to be some interviews tonight. Let me open up another. I want to open up another one here. Open up another slot. Keep track of DallasCowboys.com. Also on the website, I got a feeling that the Dallas Cowboys will be dropping interviews tonight. But boy, I am telling you, what a heck of a performance tonight, especially when you're talking about the preseason. Man, these guys played their butt off tonight. If I was any team in the NFL and the Cowboys had some openings, if the Cowboys cut some of these players, if I'm teams in the NFL, I'm scooping them up. Man, these players over here, they playing with a whole different mindset over here in Dallas, man. I'm scooping them up. So, nevertheless, that is going to be our show for tonight and more. I guarantee you, It'll be even more than that tonight. Next on Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get that roll call in. Let's go. Hey, man, let's rock out tonight. See how many people can get in. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button as we get ready to get this show started tonight. Because I'm telling you right now, hey, y'all buckle up, buckle in, get you some coffee. Man, we're going to be rocking for quite a while tonight. Yep, I'm preaching in the morning, and I'm preaching tonight. I'm preaching in the morning, and I'm preaching this morning. How about that? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. All right, let's change this up a little bit for the roll call. How about that? Change this up a little bit. Let's go. Yep. Let's get this roll call in. Let's go, Cowboys Nation. Let's rock out. What up, 100 proof? Ooh wee, what a game, what a game. Milton is our QB2. Yeah, he look great. Look great. Nigga too tough. What's going on? Jason Farley in the building. What is going on? Dak Elite. What is going on? Good to see you tonight. Brandy said, hey, my love. What's going on, Brandy? Bass in the building. What's going on, Bass? Yeah, we back. They thought it was over. What's going on? Tony needs more. Mark Davis in the building. How's it going, Mark Davis? What's going on, Rita Bowman? Good to see you. Andre Johnson in here tonight. What's going on, Yay Mark? Big Moss Dog. Renee Davis, what's going on? It is the Queen. What up, Queen? Good to see you tonight. Steven Gibson in the building. Xavier Toongay, what's up, Xavier? Good to see you. Bass said God, family, country, the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go. Brandy, appreciate that super chat. Oh, we're going to have 6 wide receivers. We're going to talk about it tonight. We got some receivers to make. Demetrius Noel, what's going on? David Johnson, good to see you. Gregory Hicks in the building. What's up, Gregory Hicks? Hail Mary, what is going on? Good to see you. B Minor, yeah, he said the calls just changed. Chris Dunaway in this thing. What up, Chris Dunaway? Silk Country, what's going on, my brother? Barham was nasty, man. Amber Soprano, what's going on? Good to see you. We them boys in the building. Let's go. Let's go. Randy Will, what's up? Yeah, looking pretty good. David Johnson, what's going on? Yeah, let's see here. Bobby Council in the building. What up, Bobby Council? Will the Fourth, what's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, hey, number 6, Camden Brown is crazy. Silk Country, what up? Yeah, you said the same thing about that preseason, didn't you? That defensive scheme with the starters is going to cause havoc. It is, man. And I'm going to tell you something. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all again. Von Miller going to be way more better. Von Miller going to be way nastier than people understand. Von Miller going to play with a vengeance this year. You watch what I tell you. What up, Eric Folk? What up, Brock? Hey, Brock, you know how I am about Jayden Blue, man. You already know about me and Jayden Blue, Brock. Yes, sir. Hey, man, Jayden Blue ain't going nowhere. I keep saying they got plans for this man. What's up, Lonnie Cabal? They got plans for this man. Larry Golden, what's going on with you? David Everett in the building. Davion Wallace in the building. What's going on? All right, Brandy 17 Abel, what's going on? What is going on with you? Good to see you tonight. Yeah. Tony Jones, one of them Jones boys. What's going on, Tony Jones? Good to see you tonight. What's up? Lonnie Cabal, happy birthday. May God bless you with many more. Happy birthday. What's good, Mose Logan? Hub City. Jeremy Betts in here tonight. What is up, Jeremy Betts? Good to see you tonight. Real estate vet. What you like? Hey, Blue look good. He like a number 2 back tonight. What's going on, Jaden Justin? 230-919 867-5309. What's going on? Good to see you tonight. Some people don't even remember that. What's up, Apollo? Yeah, Everett, what's going on? All right, we about to get this thing started, y'all. What's going on, Carter Keimer? What's going on? Apollo Hanzo, what's going on? Bump TY5X tapping in from the 903. My man, what's going on? Oh, Apollo, man. Ball's gonna be bananas over here, bro. I agree, he gonna be bananas. Yeah. Hey, Brandon said, like the content, you jabronis. Y'all hit that like button. Bobby Council, what's going on? Short man, what's going on? All right, man, we about to get this thing at the end. What's going on? DMV, what's going on? Who do you think had a better year? Hey, I'm telling you, training camp, George Pickens has had the best training camp out of all the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, GP he been the man. What's going on, little D? Xavier. Yeah, that boy was crazy, man. Man, hey, Bass, that boy Blue was running, man. Man, what's going on? Smoke one for you. My man, what's going on? Yeah, man, Barham is the truth. What's going on, Jamalism? All right. X-Vision, we about to get this thing going. Everybody else will just kind of get you when we in. Oh, I can't stop this until. What's going on, Gold Lion Eagle? Tommy Solo. Until I say what's up to my sister Mix Matrix. What's up, Miss Matrix? Miss Matrix, was you punching the air? Was you be, hey, G, and before you say anything, yes, you got 7 days of me not punching the air. Hey, Blue look good tonight. Blue look good tonight, didn't he? Hey, Lottie Boo. Yeah, he look good tonight, Miss Matrix, he really did. All right, Andre Johnson in the building. Yeah, Tommy Solo. All right, let's get this thing going, y'all. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Man, give yourselves a hand tonight. Yeah, that boy Jayden Blue played tonight. You know, but I'm going to tell you something about Blue, family. I'm going to tell you something about Blue. It seemed like to me tonight, though, I still feel like Blue is holding back. I still feel like Blue is holding back. And what do I mean by that? I think Jayden Blue has a lot more. I think what they're concentrating on with Jayden Blue, they want to get rid of the Louis Vuitton cleats. They want to get rid of the Louis Vuitton cleats. They want to get rid of the razzle-dazzle. Not all of it, just get rid of a little bit of the razzle-dazzle. You don't have to break every run. You don't have to break every run down the tunnel. We want you to focus on holding the ball. We want you to focus on not fumbling. We want you to focus on going where the play is designed to go. Put your head down, go between those tackles or wherever the run is supposed to go. We want you to focus on the fundamentals. Because if you pay attention, even though Blue looked good, at least for me, I could still see where, man, when they really get the first team in there, and when they really open up that line of scrimmage, I think we're going to see Jayden Blue burst through some of those, man. He's going to burst through some of those, and he's going to be in the secondary. But again, and even when you look at the play calling for Jayden Blue, you can tell there's some more stuff they got for him. There is some more stuff they have for Jayden Blue. But for right now, I understand exactly what they did. Jayden Blue, we just need you to stay focused. Just stay focused. Don't worry about the razzle-dazzle. Don't think about the touchdown celebrations. We just want you to play hard, stay focused. And I think there's a lot more Jayden Blue coming up. But we'll look at him in a moment. There's a lot more Jayden Blue coming up. And again, I think he's going to be big for the Cowboys. But tonight, first things first, I want to go to this box score.
Yes! Here we go!
I want to go to this box score because Joe Milton tonight. Joe Milton. And I know it was a preseason game. I know it was the third preseason game. A lot of people might not realize this. It was the third preseason game for the Arizona Cardinals. So the Arizona Cardinals were trying to be a little bit more cautious. But at the end of the day, the Cowboys just look good. They really did. They just looked good, just crisp. And Joe Milton looked great tonight. There's no getting around it. Let's look at this Dallas Cowboys box score. So we can look at a lot of what transpired tonight, not just by Joe Milton, but by some of the other players on the Cowboys squad.
Yes! Here we go!
So tonight the story was Joe Milton. Joe Milton was balling. Joe Milton was balling. 9 for 13, 179 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now, I'll be honest with you. That line looked better tonight in the first half than it did last week in the first half. I mean, even though there was a couple plays given up here and there, but that line in the first half looked better than that line in the first half last week. But that line in the second half didn't look as good as that line in the second half last week. And that's why, for me, Sam Howell, I really feel bad for Sam Howell. I really feel bad for Sam Howell because Sam Howell didn't get nothing in the second half. Sam Howell didn't get Malik Davis. Sam Howell got a little bit of Jayden Blue. Sam Howell got what I believe to be the third and the fourth offensive line. He didn't have Camden Brown. He didn't have Jonathan Mingo. The only one Sam Howell really had in the second half, who was the guy in the Anthony Smith. Everybody else that was on the field for Sam Howell, man, it was pretty much a wrap. And after Joe Milton had the first half that he had, it was pretty much over. But I want us to understand the psychology of what the Cowboys are doing. I don't believe Sam Howell was actually brought in to beat out Joe Milton. I believe Sam Howell was brought in to push Joe Milton. I don't believe he was brought in to beat out Joe Milton. If Sam Howell would have beat out Joe Milton, the Cowboys might would have started looking for another number 2 quarterback altogether. Joe Milton, better athlete than Sam Howell, bigger arm than Sam Howell, bigger and better arm than Sam Howell. He had all of the physical advantages. Joe Milton's been in this system for a whole year. He's been around Dak Prescott for a whole year. He's been around all of this for an entire year. So Joe Milton actually looked exactly the way he should have been looking. He looked like somebody now who knows the offense, who's been around Dak, who's been getting coached by Shotty, because Joe Milton had some of the same issues that Jayden Blue had. Joe Milton wanted to pull the ball down and run. If it ain't there, pull it down and run. But Joe Milton tonight, it wasn't the Jonathan Mingo it wasn't the Jonathan Mingo throw that impressed me. We all know Joe Milton has an arm. Joe Milton has got a cannon. I don't know what makes a guy be able to throw the ball further than another one. But Joe Milton got a cannon. The throw that impressed me the most, I don't know about y'all, and you know how I like to do. Let's roll like this. What throw impressed y'all the most? What throw impressed y'all the most? What's up, the Rothschild group? Hey, Rothschild group, what's going on? Hey, slide me a couple of million. Come on, slide me a couple of million, Rothschild group. Slide me a couple of million. Slide me a couple of million. But the Joe Milton throw to Jonathan Mingo, that wasn't the impressive throw. The most impressive throw to me that Joe Milton threw all night was the Camden Brown throw. Oh my gosh. It was the throw to Camden Brown that showed the growth of one Joe Milton. It was the throw to to Camden Brown. The throw to Jonathan Mingo, please. Joe Milton could do that with his left hand. Joe Milton got a cannon. Joe Milton can throw that anytime he wants to. If you get a wide receiver running down the field, Joe Milton will drop that in there. Probably about 7 times out of 10. But the Camden Brown throw? The Camden Brown throw for Joe Milton last year was 1 out of 10. Yeah, that was a 1 out of 10 throw. His problem isn't the floaters. His problem isn't the long throw. Joe Milton's problem are the short throws. It's the stuff where he scrambled forward, then he went to the side, and then he barely pitched that ball right over the top to Camden Brown. Perfect throw. Best throw of the night. Best throw of the night. That was the throw that showed the growth of one Joe Milton. Why? He didn't try to take off and run. He didn't try to take off and run. He stepped up, moved to the side, kept his eyes down the field, and floated that right where nobody could get it but Camden Brown. That was his best throw of the night. Y'all ready for a second throw? Y'all ready for a second best throw of the night? Y'all ready for that? What do y'all think is what is y'all's second best throw of the night? I noticed a lot of y'all said Camden Brown. I mean, a lot of y'all said it was Jonathan Mingo. I don't even have the Jonathan Mingo throw at number 2. Tell me what y'all's number two favorite throw from Joe Milton was tonight. What was y'all favorite throw? And can you guess what my second favorite throw is? What do you think my second favorite throw was? If it wasn't the Camden Brown throw, which throw was the second best throw? Oh, Amber Soprano. Now I got to get me a you right button. Amber Soprano. There it is. Amber Soprano. There it is. That throw to Malik Davis. That showed again the growth of Joe Milton. Joe Milton was that close to the goal line. Rather than Joe Milton trying to do something acrobatic and jumping over the line and faking out people and trying to get in that end zone, nope. Once again, scrambled out of the pocket, moved a little bit to the left, and there's Malik Davis, and another touch throw to Malik Davis. Last year, those throws, they were 1 out of 10 completions. This year, amen. Okay, Joe Milton. Hey, I see you. Yeah, Joe Milton, you looking like you can be. You're looking like you can be the heir apparent or the number 2 quarterback for the Cowboys. And because I think Joe Milton is an older quarterback, and I don't mean like he's old, like in his 30s, but barring injury, Dak Prescott stays healthy, and Dak Prescott is really taking care of his body. He's looking like Benjamin Button right now. Joe Milton is probably 4 or 5 years down the line with the way Dak Prescott is playing. With the way Dak Prescott is playing, and the money that he's making, Joe Milton is probably 4 or 5 years down the line. But he will be if he makes it that long, because the way Joe Milton played tonight, man, I'm telling y'all right now, there are going to be NFL teams knocking on the door of the Dallas Cowboys. Not this season. They'll be knocking on the door of the Dallas Cowboys next season. If Joe Milton continues on this trajectory, I don't believe the Cowboys can hold him. I don't believe they can hold him. He looked really good tonight. I don't think they can hold him. He can be the heir apparent to Dak Prescott. Problem is, I don't think he can make it. If he keeps playing like he played tonight, oh no, he ain't gonna make it. Joe Milton looked that good. And what really and when you think about Joe Milton, Joe Milton is a large human being. A lot of people like large quarterbacks. They do. Joe Milton is almost as big as Josh Allen. Maybe big as Josh Allen. So tonight, after watching Joe Milton, I can tell you this. I was very comfortable tonight, and I thought in my mind, I was like, nothing happens I don't want it to happen, but if it did, I would be comfortable that Joe Milton could hold us over for 3 or 4 games. Joe Milton, to me, right now, is better than Cooper Rush ever was. I mean, Cooper Rush had a better quarterback mind, but ability, shoot. Man, Cooper Rush, man, you had to wind him up like a toy. I mean, he might throw the ball beyond 15 yards every 5 to 6, 7 throws. Shoot. Man, Joe Milton can sneeze a 60-yard throw. So, Joe Milton. Man, I just got to give it to Joe Milton. That boy balled out there tonight. He balled. Now, again, I'm going to pump the brakes on this a little bit because I understand the defense that Arizona had out there. But when I look at Joe Milton, I'm not as much looking at the competition. Stephen White in the building. What up, Stephen White? I'm not looking as much at the competition when I'm looking at Joe Milton. I'm looking at the feet. I'm looking at the pocket presence. I'm looking at his awareness that when he gets out of the pocket, is he still looking down the field? I'm looking at his command of the offense. I'm looking at so many different things with Joe Milton, even if I know the competition isn't as good as it's going to be in the first with the number ones. But from everything I saw, all growth. Joe Milton has developed a touch on the football. And I'll tell you this, he's dangerous down there by the goal line. He's absolutely dangerous down there by the goal line. Tony, what is going on, Tony? Good to see you tonight, Tony. Impressed by the running plays, too. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Yeah. Shoot, Amber Soprano, you ain't lying. Shoot, Phil Moffitt was fighting for his life. Problem is, guys, y'all already heard me say this 2 weeks ago. I already knew what this running back room was. It's the same running back room it was last season. What did I tell y'all? We all know Javonte Williams is the 1. Malik Davis is the 2 simply because he can run similar to Javonte. Jayden Blue is the 2B / multi-purpose back. Jayden Blue, you can put him in the punt return sometime. Put him in on the kickoff return sometime. He's going to be running the ball between the tackles. I'm telling you right now, Brian Schottenheimer is saving his perimeter game with Jayden Blue. He's saving it for the season. You watch what I tell you. He's saving the perimeter game for Jayden Blue until the season starts. But again, Joe Milton. Joe Milton tonight. Can't say enough good things about Joe Milton. Joe Milton was really good. Let's look at some more of this box score, and then we'll go down some more of the individual stuff. Jayden Blue. Jayden Blue. 15 carries, 75 yards. Do we realize, man, Jayden Blue was getting those yards effortlessly. That's why I'm telling y'all, man, you can tell that there's something that they're working out with Jayden Blue. For as many people who keep wanting this man to fail, they're working Jayden Blue out. They are making sure that Jayden Blue's head is in the right place. This is all they're doing. They want to make sure his head is in the right place. Keep him focused. Because, man, Jayden Blue, you can tell, man, Jayden Blue is ready. He can't wait. Jayden Blue can't wait to get in the end zone. And he will get in the end zone. But you can tell the Cowboys are just trying to keep him focused, kind of keep him under wraps. Jayden Blue, when you think about his runs in a very generic running game today, man, Jayden Blue knocked off 75 yards, y'all. Wow. That boy Jayden Blue knocked off 75 yards. Shoot, man, that ain't no small feat. That is no small feat what Jayden Blue pulled off tonight. But again, you know, you got to think about it. When you're dealing with Jayden Blue, he's a smaller running back. You got to see if he can go the distance too. Because I noticed they took Malik Davis out of the game and they let Jayden Blue keep running. Because if you're going to be the backup running back or the number 2 running back, well, we got to see if you can handle the load. What if something was to happen? We got to see if you can touch it 15, 20, 25 times. We got to see what do you look like. And not only what do you look like, Jayden Blue, but we also need to know, after we ran you in the ground last week, running up against Seattle Seahawks, second team defensive line that was smacking our defensive line, we want to see, can you come back the next week and still run? Yeah, I know you had a shoulder issue, but can you come back the next week and still run? Why? Because that's the NFL. If you want to be in this league, you got to learn. We're not saying you play injured, but you got to learn how to play with pain. You don't play injured, but you got to know how to play with pain. You got to know how to play with a little soreness sometimes, because you're gonna play on a Sunday night and play on a Thursday. Maybe there's a big game coming up. Last week you played a big game, and then we need you again this week. So it seems like to me, and I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer the benefit of the doubt. It seems like to me they got a plan for Jayden Blue, and they are trying their best, and I think they're doing a good job. They're trying their best to toughen him up. Yeah, they're trying their best to toughen him up. Yeah, Bass said if Joe Milton could do the quarterback sneak, bro, take Dak out a couple of plays, let him get his composure, then Dak goes back in and seals the deal, takes us home to get a big one. Yeah. But, Bass, I'm going to be honest with you. Now, that is a play that Joe Milton brings to the table that you're not going to do with Dak Prescott. After coming off that ankle and coming off that hamstring thing, you're not going to do that with Dak Prescott. But actually, what I would rather him do, Bass, is I want him to be a little bit more simple down there in the red zone, especially inside of the 10 and things of that nature. Man, you got running backs. Let them dudes run. Javonte, down there, let Jayden run. Because I did thought they got a little bit too fancy. What was it, 4th and 1 down there? I thought they got a little too fancy. It was 4th and 1. What are you doing trying to catch these people off guard? See, one of the things I liked about the 90s Cowboys, when they ran the ball, they could literally tell you. Larry Allen talked about this. People knew which way the Cowboys were running sometimes. Problem is, they couldn't stop them. You could clearly see that the Cowboys are going left with Emmitt Smith. Well, that's the least of your worries, knowing which way they're running. You couldn't stop them. We got to get to that point to where 1 yard is AUT-O-matic. So, Brian got a little fancy down there. Don't want to see a lot of that stuff. Just run the ball, man. Just run the ball down there. Man, just run the ball. Just run the ball down there, man. But nevertheless, man, it was a very good game. Again, Jayden Blue, 15 for 75. I mean, it was just great. Israel Abanikanda, 8 for 39, but that was kind of in the more of the garbage time of the game, which isn't garbage time for those guys, but it is still later on in the game. Malik Davis, 5 for 29, 5.8 yards carry. Yeah, 5.8 yards per carry, man. Jayden Blue made a couple of great runs, hurdled a couple of defenders. They kept trying to go low on Jayden Blue, and Jayden Blue, he's got some vision. Jayden Blue got some vision. I got to give it to him. He jumped over both of them, turned one of them into a 10-yard run, another one into a 15-yard run. So I think you're going to hear Brian Schottenheimer when he talks about the running game. One of the things he's going to tell you, Malik Davis looked extremely good, and Jayden Blue ran hard. Jayden Blue ran hard, man. Hey, have a blessed night, the man. Have a blessed night, the man Stan. Yeah, he ran hard, man. He ran hard, man. Yeah, beat runner. B Turner. This is the issue with Jayden Blue. They're just trying to keep him focused. B Turner said if he's focused, Blue is going to explode this year. He is. Stephen White said easy can't break arm tackles. Yeah. Well, I've already said this before. Hey, old school, what's up, old school? I've already said this before. There is a reason why Israel Abanikanda is here. Don't get it twisted. There's a reason why he's here. Yeah, 100 proof. Man, let me tell you something, 100 proof. Shoot, Christian Parker could line up some of us and still do good. I'm telling you right now, man. Man, Christian Parker could line up some of us and do decent. But again, Malik Davis is going to be their number 2, and Jayden Blue is going to be their jack of all trades. I do believe that Jayden Blue is the replacement for Kevontae Turpin in the very near future. I think he's the Kevontae Turpin replacement. Yeah, Patrick, he really focused on running hard and physical. Not trying to do a lot of the razzle-dazzle. Because if you noticed in the early part of the game, he kept getting his feet tangled up. Because I think he wanted to do a little bit more, but then I think he kind of dialed it back and just made sure he, ran in the direction he was supposed to run in, run behind his blockers, and protected the ball. So it was very smart. But again, it is impressive, when you look at Joe Milton. He only ran the ball for 2 yards. I like that. Because now, see, Joe Milton can turn it on when it needs to be turned on. But again, Sam Howell was fighting an uphill battle. He was literally fighting an uphill battle. Once again, Camden Brown, very impressive. Camden Brown, that play he made for 70 yards, it reminded me of Dez Bryant, man. It reminded me of Dez Bryant. It really did. It reminded me of Dez Bryant when Dez Bryant dove for the goal line. But I really, really, really like Camden Brown. But I'm going to tell you again. I was looking for the things that separate players from other players. And there was a play that Camden Brown made. There was a play that Camden Brown made that impressed me more than any play he's made over the last 2 games. And I know y'all can guess what it is. What would be the play you think I'm talking about that impressed me more than any of the plays of the last 2 games I've seen from Camden Brown? What do you think that play would be? What up, Just for Sub? What's going on? Yeah, the game was crazy. Oh, you was there? Okay. I see you. Yeah. I know it was exciting in there, man. There's a lot of Cowboys fans in there. Yeah, Demetrius Noel, 50% in the red zone needs to improve. Auburn needs to be kicking about 1 field goal a game. I agree with you. And again, I thought Brian got a little too fancy on that 4th and 1. But, okay, not too critical. But I thought he got a little too fancy. Davion Wallace, I think it's a possibility we're going to keep 6 wide receivers. And the reason why is going to be Camden Brown. Because I'm telling you right now, I think Dallas already knows they cannot let that man hit free agency. Oh, yep. Lil D, Texas. There it is. Lil D, Texas. That was the most impressive play of the last 2 games for me. Camden Brown got rocked. Man, he caught that 7-yard pass, and you could see it coming from a mile away. Camden Brown got rocked. And he held on to the ball. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something, man. Them pro-level hits are different than them college-level hits. He got rocked and held on to that ball. Yeah, he got rocked. Yeah, Gerald Jackson said it was the block. Okay. Yeah, Camden Brown is a bigger wide receiver, so that's another reason why he was able to match Jonathan Mingo. See, Jonathan Mingo is a good blocker. Well, so is Camden Brown. Camden Brown, he's a very good blocker too. Camden Brown put the Cowboys in a headlock. He absolutely did. Camden Brown put the Cowboys in a headlock. See, I'm going to tell you something, Stephen White. I believe Brian Schottenheimer came into this game prepared to tell us next week that Jonathan Mingo made the roster and they were going to put Camden Brown on they were going to put Camden Brown on the practice squad. Jonathan Mingo made that catch, and I bet you everybody said, oh, it's Mingo. Camden Brown going to the practice squad. Man, Camden Brown started on the sideline and said, hold on a second. Hold my drink. I'll be back in just a moment. Camden Brown came back with a crazy catch and gallop of 70 yards and a dive for the end zone. Camden Brown has put the Cowboys in a headlock, and they're going to have to probably carry 6 wide receivers. I think they're going to have to. They're going to have to carry 6 wide receivers. I don't think there's any other way they can do it. Willie Vaughn, I will not be surprised if Michael Trigg gets put on IR. Will not be surprised. Because somebody got to tell me, where did he get the toe injury? When did he get the toe injury? I don't know. When did he get it? So somebody got to tell me when he got the toe injury. I don't know. But I would not be surprised. Schoonmaker is going to make the team. But I tell you what, man, Kuntz look pretty good too. I mean, compared to Schoon, man, Kuntz look pretty good to me. Especially based on what I've seen Schoonmaker do, not just 1 season, but 2 seasons. He was out there, Xavier. Anthony Smith was really good the last game. Anthony Smith only caught 2 passes this game. You got to realize, man, he was out there with Sam Howell and them 3rd and them 4th. Marquise Valdez-Scantling, I think he's as good as gone. I think Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo have basically told the Cowboys, you don't need Marquise Valdez-Scantling. I really believe that's what I believe that's what Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo have told the Cowboys. And I don't think they do. I don't think they need Valdez-Scantling. I don't think they need Valdez-Scantling. And again, it's Jordan Hudson, Tyler Johnson, Jaden Smith, Denzel Mims. So a lot of these guys, they're going to be they're not going to make the team. Now, when we look at the defense, I thought Julius Wood looked really good. Man, Julius Wood meant one of those running backs in the hole, man. And I'm telling you, man, that running back had to go off the field. Julius Wood went off the field later. Julius Wood said, who gonna say chicken first? Julius Wood said, who gonna say chicken first? Then later on, all of a sudden, Julius Wood was out of the game. Yeah, I think it was back to that first hit that he made. Because that was a gargantuan hit. Wood, like, man. Yeah, Kuntz, he looked pretty good. Unfortunately, probably a little too late, though. Schoon gonna make the team. Michael Trigg got the toe. Michael Trigg gonna be one of them players. I guarantee they're gonna put that jug on IR. I ain't gonna be surprised. Yeah, I remember he dropped 1, Kevin Anderson. I thought he dropped 1, so he dropped 2. Mikey Fresh, you think they'll trade Mingo? Shoot, that'd be awesome if they did. I ain't even being funny. That'd be awesome if they did. But that defense, man, I'm telling you, shoot, Julius Wood, boy, he rocked that boy. Man, he rocked that boy for sure. Langston Patterson, 6 tackles. I don't recall when he got some of those. Curtis Robinson, Justin Barron, still looking good. Justin Barron, still looking good. But I'm telling y'all right now, somebody in trouble. I'm telling y'all right now, Cowboys Nation, somebody in trouble. Jashaun Barham gonna be on the field. Somebody in trouble. But I told y'all this before. I already knew Jashaun Barham was gonna play. But man, to watch Jashaun Barham play tonight, man, Jashaun Barham could have easily been a first-round draft pick. Easily. Easily could have been a first-round draft pick. Jashaun Barham is just a different type of player, man. This dude is a different type of player. 5 tackles. He kind of missed one because he didn't wrap up. But, boy, he is a different kind of player. Sam Williams, I think I might have saw one play that Sam Williams made tonight, but Sam Williams is in a tough situation. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at those roster sheets in a moment. Devin Moore tonight. Devin Moore kind of missed a week because of a groin. So Devin Moore, I'd like to see some more of Devin Moore. I'd like to see some more Devin Moore, but he's gonna make the team anyway. Shamar James, it's gonna be tough for Shamar James. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. Isaiah Land, DJ Withers, these other people back here, I don't think they're gonna make it. Josh Butler. I am wondering about Reddy Stewart, though. I thought Jay Toya looked pretty good tonight. LT Overton looked really good tonight to me. Let me see who else. That was kind of it on that front. A lot of these other guys, they're gonna get knocked back at the back. Malachi Lawrence, they're kind of easing him in. And then, of course, Brandon Aubrey, after all the money we paid him, Brandon Aubrey looked pretty good tonight. Brandon Aubrey looked pretty good tonight. 2 for 2. Made a 50-yard field goal to like a 30-yard field goal. So, hey, Brandon Aubrey, I think he's going to pay dividends as he normally does. Now he's going to really have to pay dividends with all the money he got from the Cowboys. But that was the box score for tonight, man. It was a really good game. It's a really good game, man. It really was. Let's kind of look over here at our roster sheet. Yeah, we're going to look over here at our roster sheet as we start talking about these individual battles. Kind of going over here to Joe Milton and Sam Howell. And in the grand scheme of things, I think we all pretty much know it's a wrap. Joe Milton, Milton versus Howell. I think after tonight, looking at Milton last week, looking at Milton this week, and as he should have, but Milton really, really played well. Milton really, really played well. And I do believe that Joe Milton has secured that number 2 spot. And next week, Joe Milton will not be playing, and Sam Howell will either be on display trying out for the whole league, or if he clears waivers once the Cowboys cut Sam Howell, I believe, will be back on the practice squad. And I believe rightfully so. You probably want to bring him back to the practice squad, and if nobody wants to pick him up, then you can get a whole nother year. Of Sam Howell and Joe Milton, and you just keep grooming Sam Howell. You never know what can happen. So let's kind of look over here, man, as we start going down the line on these players based on what we saw tonight. These were the battles we were looking at. So, looking over here offensively. The wide receiver room is what, let's look at the quarterbacks first. I think it goes without saying. Joe Milton is the number 2 quarterback. Would anybody disagree? Joe Milton. I do believe he is the number 2 quarterback. Played really well. Yeah, played really well. You know what, Stephen White? I've been trying to block that out of my brain. I've really been trying to block that out of my brain, Stephen White. The fans will be calling for Milton as soon as Dak gets a couple of picks or loses a few. Well, hopefully that ain't going to happen. And, I'll say this, Stephen White. I do think Dak has really won people over to the point. I really think Dak has won people over to the point that you're probably not going to hear that. Because I think it's going to be a moot point because I think they're going to win. Even if he throws interceptions. I just think Dak is to the point now. I think there are a lot of people rooting for Dak Prescott. I really do. I think there are a lot of people that are rooting for Dak Prescott And I think there are more and more people who are wanting Dak Prescott to get that Super Bowl. So I don't think it'll happen because I don't think we're going to get to that point. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to that point. Yeah, old school. Yeah. Milton, he's number 2. Now, I didn't put the running backs on here. Let's talk about these running backs. A lot of people thought this was Malik Davis versus Jayden Blue. But I told y'all this is going exactly the way I said it was. I don't think it was Jayden Blue versus Malik Davis. I don't. I think this is the same thing as it was last year. And really, you can probably look at Malik Davis and Jayden Blue as RB2 and RB2, RB2B. RB2 and RB2B. Jayden Blue is going to be a different kind of running back too. I wouldn't be surprised if Brian Schottenheimer comes up with some sets of where Javonte Williams and Jayden Blue on the field. I will not be surprised. I don't. I will not be surprised. So it's not really a competition, and I was saying this all along. It's actually not a competition between Malik Davis and Jayden Blue. And we saw that we can tell based on what we saw tonight. That play calling and those two running backs and who they lined up with, it absolutely proved to us those are the two running backs. That's who it is. They're the two running backs. It's obvious, too, they're going to use Jayden Blue. Stephen White said, why is Davis on kick returns? Yes, so is Jayden Blue. Jayden Blue, he on kickoff returns, too. Okay. They got that boy Jayden Blue on kickoff returns. Look like they're going to be doing some kind of, having two people back there sometimes on those returns. So, you got to, it's pretty much how I thought it was going to be. Javonte, your number 1. Malik runs more like Javonte, so he'll be able to spell Javonte. And then Jayden Blue going to be his own thing. I think Shotty got some big plans. I do. I think he got some big plans. Yeah. Gerald says Davis is solid. Blue's a change of pace. Yeah. Home run energy. They got a plan. So I don't think it was ever really them against each other. I think it was more of, can somebody else move us off of Malik Davis and Jayden Blue? And so based on what I saw tonight, this is what it is. Phil Maffa, I'm just telling you, I think it's over for Phil Maffa. I do. I think it's over for Phil Maffa. All right, guys. Miss Matrix said it's 400 people, 100 likes. I see 547 and 138 likes. Let's see if we can get them likes up to 200. We're going to work on getting them up to 300, then 400. Let's see if we can get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Brandy's already done 2 super chats for the day. Let's see if we can get those to 10 tonight. We're going to be rocking tonight. But again, I just think Phil Maffa going to be the odd man out. I really do. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I think Phil Maffa going to be the odd man out. I think he's going to find himself in the practice squad again. I just don't think he did enough. I don't think he's done enough. Last week, I thought he ran okay, but then he got injured with a chest contusion. This week, he got him a touchdown, but that was late in the game. We was on snooze fest by that time. We was on snooze fest. Abanikanda, I don't think they were ever sold on Abanikanda. I don't think they were ever sold on Abanikanda. We got to understand something. They already knew what Abanikanda was. They already knew what he was. They already know what he is. Abanikanda would have had to come in here and break like long runs, 2 or 3 long runs for this to even be a consideration. So I believe Israel Abanikanda, he's going back to the practice squad. I don't really know how they kind of do that practice squad. Like, Like, do they try to keep certain positions, whatever the case may be? But Abani Conda, him, Phil Maffa, back to the practice squad. Back to the practice squad. That's kind of where they are. The wide receiver thing, we kind of talked about that. Skip over to these wide receivers, Mingo and Brown. I'm telling you right now, I really think Jonathan Mingo made a case for himself to get back on the squad. Then Kip, well, I just don't think the Cowboys could have let Camden Brown go. But Jonathan Mingo really made a move tonight. He really made a move tonight. And you know what? And Shotty did him a favor too. I mean, it was the perfect play call. Perfect play call, perfect throw, perfect catch. So, one catch, I want y'all to think about this. We've watched Camden Brown make great catches in practice. We've watched Camden Brown make 3 incredible catches in 2 games. It only took 1 catch for Mingo for everybody to start talking about Mingo's in the game. Ain't that crazy? It only took 1 catch for Jonathan Mingo to change people's minds. 1 catch. And so, now we got Mingo. Now we got Mingo, looks like, especially the way Shotty talked about him, and Miss Matrix already said that Brad Schottenheimer has a love affair with him. Yeah, he has a love affair with him. So, Mingo, I think on these wide receivers, if they carry 6, and I do think they're going to probably carry 6, it's going to be Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo. I think what it is right here is what it's going to be. I do. Captain Nizzle. Man, Sam Howell is young. If I'm not mistaken, Sam Howell's pretty young. But that's the wide receiver 3. So as it pertains to Mingo versus Brown, because they both had great games tonight, which I still would even dare say Camden's was better. Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo, I think both have nudged out Marquez Valdez Scanlon. Y'all tell me what y'all think. But I think Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo have edged out Marquez Valdez Scanlon. And one of the reasons why I think they both have edged him out is because even though Brian Schottenheimer's been talking about, yeah, man, shout out to Marquez Valdez Scanlon, he's willing to play special teams. Is he? I think Jonathan Mingo is a lot more willing to play special teams than Marquez Valdez Scanlon. Probably is a better blocker at this point in his career. Camden Brown is just what Camden Brown is. You can put Scantling out there, and nobody will probably go for Scantling. You can put him on the practice squad if you want him. But I'm telling y'all right now, I don't see a situation where the Cowboys could put Camden Brown out there on that market. I don't think there is no way you can put Camden Brown on that market and he stay out there. I mean, that'd be like putting up a 2023, putting a 2023 Corvette for sale for $10,000 on Facebook Market and think that ain't nobody gonna get it. You see it for $10,000 and say, hold on, is it still available? Shoot, it's gone by that time. Shoot. Gone by that time. So I don't think that Camden Brown would clear waivers is the problem. I don't. Scantling all day long, but Camden Brown, he ain't clearing waivers. Nah, he ain't clearing waivers. So they got to do something with him. Mikey Fresh, again, you said they may trade Turpin. You think they're going to trade Turpin? Oh, no, I'm struggling with that. But Davis, Blue, and Maffa was doing, I saw Davis and Maffa. I don't think Maffa going to be on the squad, on the regular squad. I think he's going to be on the practice squad. Because I don't think, if they carry 6 running backs, they're not carrying. I mean, if they carry 6 wide receivers, they're not carrying 4 running backs. Yeah, they're not carrying 4 running backs. They're going to put somebody on the practice squad. They're not carrying 4 running backs. They're carrying 3. 3 running backs. And so, I don't know. I'm struggling. I don't think the Cowboys, man, I mean, that would be a good trade, Mikey Fresh. I mean, when you look at the amount of contribution that Kevontae Turpin offered last year as far as kickoff return goes, he didn't really offer a lot. But you know what? I say this, Mikey Fresh. The only reason, or one of the reasons why I don't think they'll trade Turpin is because if you let go of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, where is the true rocket speed? Where is the true rocket speed if you let go of Scantling? And Scantling wasn't going to make it anyway. I never really thought he was going to make it. I mean, Shotty was faking me out, talking about how good he's been on as a gunner, so I don't know. But Turpin's speed, he's the only fast guy you have on the team. I mean, super fast. Because Camden Brown, y'all notice when he got that 70-yard that 70-yard catch? I noticed. Camden Brown, not that fast. Jonathan Mingo, that was a great route. But after he caught that ball, I said, he ain't that fast. George Pickens has got football speed. CeeDee Lamb has football speed. But they're not what I call, they're not Kevontae Turpin speed. So if you were to get rid of Kevontae Turpin and let go of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, where is your speed? You still need somebody that can hit their head on the goalpost. You still need somebody who can do that. So I'd be wondering about that. I really would. Cowboy Optimist, he said, now they're trying to start Dak and Milton drama. Oh, yeah. This is always the problem. You can't have a quarterback do good here because the moment you have a quarterback doing good here, then all of a sudden it's an issue. But, we got to understand something, man. Joe Milton is playing against a different type of squad. It's going to be a whole different ball game. And I think the Cowboys are smart enough to know that. It'd be a different ball game, him playing with the first. You'd be in another growth period. So, no, Dak Prescott is eons beyond what Joe Milton is. He really is. He's eons beyond. Miss Matrix said, I've been said Scantling can skedaddle. Yeah, he does. I think he does. Yeah, Vance, I agree with you. I wouldn't want to put nothing in the hands of MVS. He can't catch, man. Yeah, he drops too many balls. He drops too many passes, man. That's why he's here now. Yeah, Xavier, MVS too old. Yeah, I'm not taking him. Yeah, I think if they keep 6 wide receivers, they're only keeping 3 running backs, and those are going to be Javonte, Malik, Jayden Blue. I see Phil Maffa may once again go to the practice squad because he hasn't done anything to where Phil Maffa, he going to clear waivers. I think that's what somebody said earlier. Yeah, he clearing waivers. Nah, Blake, you ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing for Sam Howell. Ain't nobody trading you for Sam Howell. No. Sam Howell's going to the practice squad. Yeah, Rodney K. Smith actually is speed. Problem is he going to be on the team or the practice squad? Anthony Smith is probably going to be on the practice squad. Because what the camp that Camden Brown has had, he hopped over Anthony Smith. So I'm not going to be surprised they cut Anthony Smith, same way they did with Ryan Flanoy last year. They're going to cut Anthony Smith, and they're going to keep Camden Brown, and then Anthony Smith is going to be brought back to the practice squad. They got plans, I believe, for Anthony Smith. Problem is right now, Kevontae Turpin is under contract because the Cowboys, I believe, they're already going to eat. Let's move down some more because the wide receivers, I think they're going to keep 6, and we'll talk about the defense as we keep going. But let's talk about this kid real quick, and we'll get over there to some of these other players. Jashaun Barham.
Yes! Here we go!
Jashaun Barham exceeded my expectations. Oh, my gosh. I kind of thought, I really did. I was kind of like, I know we're going to see some good stuff tonight. Jashaun Barham is good. Man, we saw some crazy stuff from Jashaun Barham tonight. We saw some crazy stuff from this man. The way he dipped up under that one player and got in the backfield tackle for loss. Man, Jashaun Barham. This dude, Jashaun Barham, I'm telling y'all. Let's see who's in front of Jashaun Barham, because they might as well get ready to get off that seat. Might as well get ready to get off that seat, man. Jashaun Barham is behind D. Winters. Now, D. Winters, I'm going to tell y'all something about D. Winters, though. D. Winters is a baller in his own right. D. Winters is a baller in his own right. And I'm going to tell you something, man. If D. Winters has an incredible season, don't anticipate the Cowboys just letting D. Winters walk into the sunset. Because between Jashaun Barham and D. Winters, I heard them talking today. Can't remember who it was. But they were saying that the Cowboys actually like D. Winters at the Mike linebacker position. That's what I was hearing. They like D. Winters at the Mike linebacker position. Now, DeMarvion Overshown. Cowboys got some decisions to make. DeMarvion Overshown could very well play himself out of a contract this year. Overshown, if he's healthy, he's going to be elite. He's going to be elite. And y'all already know, he's hired David Mulugeta. He's already hired David Mulugeta. Overshown mess around and have one of these incredible seasons. David Mulugeta start playing with the money. Cowboys got decisions to make next season on George Pickens. You could easily move D. Winters to the mic and let Jashaun Barham play the wheel. Or you could move Jashaun Barham to the mic and let D. Winters stay at the wheel. You would have options. But Barham is playing this year. I don't know who he's playing. I don't know who he's going to be alternating with. But he's playing this year. Now, the mic, from what my understanding is, the mic has to be on the field the entire time. But all I can say is, Overshown better stay healthy. That's all I can say. Overshown better stay healthy. Because Jashaun Barham will be in that starting lineup. And better stop playing. Because this dude is too good. They're not going to keep him on the bench. They're not. He's either going to be moving in and out with Winters, or he's going to be moving out. Well, I don't know about Overshown, but I know he'll probably be moving in and out with D. Winters. The dude is just too good, man. Man, the dude just too good. He looks like a monster out there. I mean, you really can't wait to get him with the first team. He looked that good. He really does. He looked that good. Old school, who you talking about? Jashaun Barham? Yeah, hey, Baz, Barham's not a second team or a third team guy. Nah, he playing. Yeah, he playing, man. Jashaun Barham is playing. Yeah, Jashaun Barham. That's the linebacker. Number 55, I believe it was. Oh, he played. Oh. Jashaun Barham. Let me see if I can sneak a couple of these plays in here. Hold on just a second. I'm going to see if I can sneak a couple of them in. Yeah, Jashaun Barham, man. Shoot, man. Jashaun Barham. Jashaun Barham, the type of dude that when they tell you he playing, that you alternating with him, you don't even get mad. Yeah, when Jashaun Barham, when they tell you Jashaun Barham is alternating with you, you ain't get mad, bro. The dude is just that good. Let me see here if I can get a play. Jashaun Barham made a couple of really, really good plays. Let me see if I can pull him up. Oh, another player that looked good tonight, too, was LT Overton. All right, let me show you this. This was Jashaun Barham tonight. This play right here was awesome. This play was awesome. Barham is so quick. I mean, he just basically got past 76 and left him standing. Dude just plays with violence, man. Dude just plays with violence. Bottom line, just violence. Five tackles tonight, man. Jashaun Barham just plays with violence, man. Absolutely plays with violence. Sheesh. Man, you see that dude coming. Oh, my gosh. But yeah, Barham was balling, man. Barham was balling. He playing. Bottom line. Somebody gonna have to move out the way. Somebody got to move out the way, man. Barham is playing. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. Somebody got to move. Somebody got to move. But Jashaun Barham is playing. Yeah, he playing. This is another play. You know, people got a couple of these plays over here. This was we was talking about old Jayden Blue today, earlier. Jayden Blue did a couple of those. Just athletic, bruh. Man. Boy, that's vision. Man, people may not realize it, but that is some vision right there, man. That is some vision. Yeah, Sam Howell's going to the practice squad. Yeah, they're not keeping 3 quarterbacks. Sam Howell's going to the practice squad. What's going on, Eli Reloaded? Yeah, hey, Blue was balling tonight. But I'm telling y'all, man, Jashaun Barham, I don't know who moving, but somebody moving, man. I'm sorry. Somebody moving, bro. Somebody moving. Somebody moving, man. Yeah, somebody moving. I don't care who it is. Somebody moving. This dude gonna be on the field. Yeah, somebody moving. Absolutely. And I'll slip some more plays in there. Let's check out Joe Milton tonight. Now, the first throw, he kind of had to settle himself down a little bit. Joe kind of, I think, threw it a little too hard to Milton on one of them. He threw it a little too hard, but then he came back and he kind of found his rhythm. Yeah, Joe was balling. Great play calling for him, too. Great play calling. This was the most impressive throw to me. Second most impressive throw. Oh, that was nice, man. That was nice. Joe Milton again. That was the third most impressive throw. And the reason why I say third, because Joe Milton, if you've been looking at some of the practice highlights, Joe do that all the time. Yeah, Joe do that all the time. But this one, most impressive. Rolling to his left, throws a dot. Throws an absolute dot to Camden Brown. Yeah. And then, of course, you know, hey, Bash, you bring up a great point, too. Milton is dangerous down there by the doggone, Milton is dangerous down there by the doggone goal line. He dangerous. Miss Major said, gee, you called me out. Got to drop that super chat. Very impressed with what I saw tonight from the team and coaching. 47 got to go, though. Sorry, depth looks good. Hey, appreciate that super chat, Miss Matrix. You know you locked in over here. Yeah, that was a great, yeah, hey. Yeah, but I'm telling us, man, ooh. Miss Matrix said I was right about Jayden Blue for 1 week. But I'm not putting in that super, though. Hey, he looked good. Hey, Tony, he had that Emmett and Ezekiel look. Yeah. Yeah, we look good tonight running the ball. So a lot of good things there. But I'm telling y'all right now, hey, Jashaun Barham, somebody moving. Man, a lot of people love this guy, Shiat, if that's his name. Shiaz Pete. Yeah, Shiaz Pete. Had a lot of Navajo Indians there cheering for him, man. Thought that was beautiful. Yeah, had a lot of support there. Even saw Jerry on the sideline with an Indian guy. Yeah. A lot of great things going on with Cowboys, man. A lot of great things. But again, I'm just telling us right now, somebody is going to have to move out of the way. Jashaun Barham is the real deal. I'm going to tell you another player that's the real deal. This doggone Shavon Revel Jr. Now, I know Fioko, whatever his name is, that plays for the Cowboys. I know he fell down on the play. But Joe Milton was Johnny on the spot. Joe Milton was Johnny on the spot. And he was there for the interception. Great play. Absolutely great play by Shavon Revel Jr. And almost returned it for a touchdown. Just looking at Shavon Revel Jr., the funny thing about Shavon Revel Jr., I posted this tonight. I got a couple of things I want to look at right here. Somebody's talking about the Cowboys 53-man roster. But the more I see Shavon Revel Jr., the more I watch Shavon Revel Jr., I truly believe had Shavon Revel Jr. not got injured, the Cowboys wouldn't have him. We wouldn't. Shavon Revel Jr. is, man, he moves. The speed, the quickness, you see him like with what he's doing, the aggressiveness. Man, once he really get his football feet up under him, man, we're going to be looking back. Do y'all realize the Cowboys kills it in the third round? Cowboys kill it in the third round. Killed it in the third round in 2024 with Cooper Beebe. Killed it in 2025 with Shavon Revel Jr. looks like. Killed it in 2026 with Jashaun Barham. Man, the Cowboys should never, ever trade a third-round pick. Never. Never. Derek J. Taylor, he said, I was at the game tonight. Davis was way better than Jayden Blue. You know, I don't know about way better, but I can see where you would say that. But Derek Taylor, I think they got a plan for Jayden Blue, though. I think with Jayden Blue, Derek Taylor, they're really trying to get him focused. They don't want all the razzle and dazzle from Blue. You could tell just looking at him. It just, at least for me, I didn't really see. It was like for me, I was looking at Jayden Blue saying, I think he got another gear here. But I think they've been telling him, don't go out there doing too much. We want you to play mistake-free football. No fumbles. Just go where we tell you to run. Mixed Matrix said, G, what are your thoughts on the running back not really being a competition? They say Blue got all the touches, so we didn't really get to see the other guys. Mixed Matrix, my thoughts are the same as they always were. What have I been saying? Miss Matrix, he's always been a part of the plan. How many times have y'all heard me say that? He's always been a part of the plan. They got plans for Jayden Blue. People can love it, like it, or hate it. They have plans for Jayden Blue. You can tell by the way they're grooming him. They're grooming him to be a bigger, better Kevontae Turpin. I don't think Kevontae Turpin's going to be here next year. I think there's an opportunity for the Cowboys to get from up under that Kevontae Turpin deal come next year. I think they're going to get from up under that deal. Especially if you got Jayden Blue. He's a bigger, not faster, but he's a bigger, quicker, runs the ball better. I'm not sure about catching, but who cares when you got Camden Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy, George Pickens. I mean, okay, you got a fifth wide receiver that can catch. Okay, we'll let Jonathan Mingo do that now. So I really do think they're training and getting Jayden Blue ready for something. So again, the only thing it proved to me tonight, because I did notice they gave him 15 carries. Yeah, because they want him to be the all-purpose back. Hey, I don't know what else to tell us on that I don't know what else to tell them. They saw enough from Malik Davis. What do I keep telling y'all about Malik Davis? Even the commentator said it tonight. They know Malik Davis' ceiling. The issue with Malik Davis, his ceiling is not as high as Jayden Blue's, but his floor is higher than Jayden Blue's. Right now, at least. His floor is higher than Jayden Blue's. Jayden Blue is still maturing. Man, we got to understand something. Malik Davis has been around for a while now. It's Jayden Blue's second year. This is his second year. So his floor is lower than Malik Davis's. Malik Davis is what I call Mr. Dependable. Malik Davis, he's that type of running back you say, oh, he can be the number 2. But we need a number 1 that's a lot more explosive. That's Malik Davis. Yeah, he's my number 2. But I need somebody more explosive than him. And that's why when the Cowboys cut Malik Davis, does anybody come running? Nobody comes running for Malik Davis even when the Cowboys cut him. So Malik Davis is what you call Mr. Dependable. Floor higher than Jayden Blue's. Floor higher than Phil Maffa right now. Floor higher than Israel Abanikanda. Floor higher than Justin Corbin. But when it comes to the ceiling, at least from what the Cowboys see, and even what I see in a sense, I think Jayden Blue's ceiling is higher than Malik Davis's, but his floor is lower. I think his ceiling is higher than Phil Maffa, at least right now. Ceiling higher than definitely Israel Abanikanda and definitely higher than Justin Corbin. So Malik Davis, Mr. Dependable. But I still say, I don't know if the Cowboys would hesitate to improve in the running back room if there was somebody that got cut over the next week and they thought they were better than Malik Davis. I think they'd cut Malik Davis even before they cut Jayden Blue. I really do, because they know what Malik Davis is. Miss Matrix said, is it just me or did it feel the way the refs called the game? It was like the Cowboys were home. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you why you might be thinking that. I posted on X tonight. How many penalties did the Cowboys have? Did anybody else notice? I don't even know if the Cowboys got it. How many penalties? Let's go over here and look at the box score. I think in the first half, the Cowboys might have got what? 1 penalty? I don't even remember penalties hardly being called on the Cowboys. I might have went to the bathroom when the penalties happened because I don't remember penalties on the Cowboys. Let me see if we can find the penalties here. I'd be shocked if the Cowboys had more than 3. Let me see what the penalties are. Man, look at the penalties in this game. If the Cowboys do this all year, they're going to beat some teams. Just on the principle alone, the Cowboys had 4 penalties for 20 yards. Wow. 4 for 20? What? That is crazy work. The Cowboys had 4 penalties. That is insane. 4 penalties. I mean, even for a preseason game, that's amazing for the Cowboys. Even for a preseason game, that's amazing for the Cowboys. So, yeah, Jason Farley, yeah, you said it. We improved on penalties because I couldn't even remember any. I was asking my wife. I remember maybe 1 or 2. I mean, I remember going and fix me some pizza. Maybe that's when they got them penalties. Yeah, Bass, yeah, they've already cut him before. Because the issue is, Malik Davis is just Mr. Dependable. But I think the Cowboys are going to give him a fair shake. And the reason why it's okay for him to give him a fair shake, because you got Javonte Williams. He's your number 2. There's nothing wrong with Malik Davis being your number 2. I think he'll be exciting like he was last year. He'll probably be a little bit better this year because I think Shotty learned a lesson last year. Javonte Williams was a shell of himself by the end of the season. Man, Javonte Williams was on fumes by the end of the season. Tired, sore, just little nagging injuries. Javonte Williams wouldn't have been ready for nothing last year had we made any kind of playoffs. Anything. So I do believe you're going to see Malik Davis get a lot more runs. Well, maybe Jayden. No, actually, I think you'll see Jayden Blue get some more runs. Because last year we didn't get to see Jayden Blue a lot, so I think you'll get to see Jayden Blue a lot more this coming season. Because I think the Cowboys believe that they're on a Super Bowl run. I think they're going to spell Javonte Williams more than they did last year. They ran that man in the ground. So I think this year you're going to see Malik Davis a lot more. I think you'll see Jayden Blue a whole lot more, especially than you saw him last year. But I'm tripping on the fact they only had four penalties. I thought that was pretty amazing myself when I went back and looked at it. But again, kind of looking over here, Jashaun Barham is going to get some playing time, and then Shavon Revel Jr. The Cowboys are going to have to figure. How are they going to get Shavon Revel Jr. on the field? You got to get Shavon Revel Jr. on the field too, because we already know Kobe Durant, Deron Bland, they'll be your starters. So the question is can Shavon Revel Jr. play in the slot, which I think he may struggle in the slot. I can see where the Cowboys might move Deron Bland to the slot on maybe third and longs, have Kobe Durant and our Deron Bland in the slot, Kobe Durant and Shavon Revel Jr. on the outside. So I think that's what you'll see. And Stewart Ready, man. Cowboys like Stewart Ready. I think they're done with Kalen Carson. So when you look at the cornerback room, you keep it. We looked it up yesterday. You keep 10 defensive backs. So we already know that one of those defensive backs, of course, is going to be Shavon Revel Jr. So you got Bland, Thompson, Hooker, Kobe Durant, Caleb Downs. That's 5. Revel Jr. would be 6. Man, I'm wondering if Marquise Bell gonna make it. Are y'all wondering the same thing? I'm wondering if Marquise Bell gonna make it. I think they're gonna keep Shavon Revel Jr. PJ Locke, I think they're gonna keep him as one of the safeties. Devin Moore makes the team. If Stewart Ready makes the team, I think Marquise Bell gonna be the odd man out. I wouldn't be surprised if Julius Wood takes his spot. If you keep 10 defensive backs, I think Marquise Bell gonna be the odd man out. I do. You'll probably see him playing for the Washington Commanders. I think you'll see him playing for the Washington Commanders. If the Cowboys don't try to trade him straight out, but I think he's good as gone. Bland, Thompson, Hooker, Durant, Downs, Revel, Locke, Devin Moore, Stewart Ready, Julius Wood. And then I think you'll put a couple of them on the practice squad. Josh Butler, I think he'll be on the practice squad. I could see Elijah Clark being on the practice squad. And I could see Triquez, and they may just release Darian straight out. I haven't heard anything about Darian Kendrick. Yeah, Mikey Fresh, you say Davis ain't going nowhere. Well, the reason is I think is because he's the second running back. You already got your first guy lined up. So, no big deal there. Unless somebody just came out and they said, wait a minute. Unless somebody just came out that was just so good that the Cowboys said, no, we like, but we're going to upgrade. We're going to upgrade. At this point, if you ask me who that would be, I would tell you I don't know. Jenkins game is one of them Jenkins boys, as Martin says. One of them Jenkins boys. What's going on? Jenkins Gaming? You can stash 2. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys stash Michael Trigg. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys stash Michael Trigg. Somebody's got to tell me when he got the doggone toe injury. That's what I got to know. When did he get the toe injury? I mean, when? When did he get the toe injury? Michael Trigg sounds like a stash to me. And the reason why Michael Trigg sounds like a stash, follow my reasoning on this, Cowboys. Follow my reasoning and tell me what you think. Let me tell you what my reasoning is. I don't know what Luke Schoonmaker has on the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe he got a picture of a banana and a monkey or something. I don't know. But Luke Schoonmaker got something on somebody. He's going to be the third tight end. They've already signed Michael Trigg to a $3 million deal. I will not be surprised if they stash Michael Trigg on IR. I will not be surprised. Zach Kuntz, DJ Rogers, one of them is probably going to the practice squad. Yeah, Lil D Texas. A lot of us didn't know he was hurt. Isn't that convenient, Lil D Texas? Lil D Texas, you don't find it to be convenient that after Michael Trigg had the game that he had, Michael Trigg got a toe hurt. Yeah, sounds real convenient to me. Sounds real convenient. I could see Trigg being one of those players. The Cowboys say, we really like Michael Trigg. Give him a year to develop. See what Schoonmaker is. Schoonmaker ain't cutting it by mid-season. Maybe you can put Schoonmaker in some kind of trade package and you can bring Michael Trigg off and still use Michael Trigg later on in the season. I am not going to be surprised. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be surprised with Michael Trigg. If Michael Trigg is one of them players, very convenient. I was like, okay, come on now. When this man hurt his toe, man? What'd he do? Drop an apple on it? When? Yeah, John Mathis, you didn't know either, did you? A lot of people didn't know Michael Trigg was hurt. Yeah, he said he hurt his toe. Yeah, he stubbed his toe, I guess, over there on the bench. But I think they're gonna put him over there. I think they might try to sneak him on that IR. Miss Matrix said, why not Lipke instead of Bell? Both average. Who's more impactful? Well, the problem is, Miss Matrix, is which one of them contract is the most. You remember they extended Hunter Lipke for no reason? I think people are still trying to figure out why the Cowboys extended Hunter Lipke. If you're not going to run Hunter Lipke, they say he's really good on special teams, and I'm not doubting it. Say he's really good on special teams. So Hunter Lipke has a spot locked down because of special teams. So he going to be here too. But again, going back over to Shavon Revel Jr., I think Marquise Bell going to be the odd man out. We the boys said he hit his toe on the corner of his bed. Yeah. That's probably the injury too. Rhoda DeVore said Luke has a lockbox full of info that nobody wants open. Shoot, boy, you ain't lying, boy. Demetrius Noel said, gee, he ain't got no injuries. They are making it safe for Schoonmaker. I think that's what it is too. They're going to give him one more year. Schoonmaker needs to be the water boy because no one will miss him. He was left out. I think they're going to give him one more year. Queen, you really think his toe was hurt? I'm struggling with that. I mean, I'm not struggling with the fact that he might not have said his toe is hurting. I'm struggling with the fact that his toe was hurting so bad that he couldn't play this week. I'm struggling with that. That's the part I'm struggling with. Lil D Texas said Hope Trigg didn't listen to Diggs trying to hang up. problem is, though, Traylon, the problem is he don't get in the game. That's the problem. Lipke barely gets in the game. They need to use him like that dude, like they use him in San Francisco, that Kyle Juszczyk guy. But I'm just telling y'all, Shotty has a problem that I'm glad that he has. Shotty has a serious problem. Shotty has too many weapons. Bottom line, man. Shotty now got too many weapons. Man, Shotty got so many weapons, he don't even know what to do with them joints, man. You don't even know what to do with them joints. Seriously, Shotty don't know what to do with all them weapons. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy, Jake Ferguson, Cavonte Turpin when he come in. Now you got Camden Brown. And Lord forbid, if Michael Trigg steps in this thing, man, you got like 6 or 7 weapons. Man, Shotty don't know what to do with all of them. And then you add Hunter Lipke in there. I mean, you add Jayden Blue. I mean, think about this. Look at the amount of weapons that Dak has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you count Hunter Lipke. That's just the starters. Then you go back here. Cavonte Turpin, 7. You could even say Brevin Spanford, depending on what the situation is. Jayden Blue is one of them, 8. And if you use Michael Trigg, 9. Man, this dude got so many weapons. He doesn't know. I mean, like, he's like, how do I get it to all of them? Especially when you got George Pickens, contract year, playing on the tag. You got CeeDee Lamb, your elder statesman wide receiver. I mean, just between those two, you at least got to get them 10 to 15, 10 to 15 shots at a catch. There's only tonight, think about tonight. If I'm not mistaken, tonight we ran 58 plays. So if you run 58 plays offensively, let's say you run the ball. Because I'll be honest with you. If you get 60 plays, for me, I want you to run, I at least want you to run 25, 30 times. I want you to run 25, 30 times. I want Javonte Williams to get about 20 runs, 20 carries. I want Jayden Blue to get about 10 to 12 touches. Well, you take that away from 60, what are you left with? You're only left with 38 plays. So between CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, what if you go 15 and 15? You only got 8 plays. Who getting the other 8 plays? You gonna get school? What you gonna do? You gonna get Jake Ferguson 8 plays? You out of plays on 60 plays. So if you lessen CeeDee Lamb down to 12 or 13 and George Pickens down to 12 or 13, well, now you only still have added another 4 or 5? Jake Ferguson get 8 or 9 of those. And if you let somebody else get some more plays, you're only talking about 5 or 6 plays? Man, Shotty got a problem everybody want to have. Too many weapons. Everybody wants too many weapons. And what I mean by that is, it ain't no such thing as too many weapons, but that's what you want. But the problem is, if you don't know how to use them, then it becomes a problem. Shoot, you ain't lying. Shoot, old school said Dak got so many weapons, he gonna need a permit. For real. Shoot, what do you do? Traylor said Jake Ferguson definitely getting the last thing. Man, Jake been tripping, bro. He has been tripping. I hope he gets back to form this year. All right, man, let me see. I'm trying to get over here and see. I haven't seen any interviews come down. It was a late game, and they are headed back to Dallas. So maybe they won't do any interviews tonight. I haven't seen any. Let's go over here. I want to look at a couple of things I just saw over here on X. Nicol Hutchison gives us the first word. Let's see what she says
also
here. Brandy, it's official. Nicol Hutchison left me on red. Nicol Hutchison officially left me on red, Brandy. So I'm probably going to have about 100,000 subscribers before she ever even think about answering the show. This is Nicol Hutchison with the first word. Let's check it out.
Well, the Cowboys were cruising back to Dallas, but they made a pit stop and got the win over the Arizona Cardinals. 34-13, the final here in the desert. They're now 2-0 in the preseason. Nicol Hutchison, Tommy Yarsh here for First Word, presented by Dr. Pepper. Now, Tommy, I think the moral of the story was Joe Milton in the first half had a 151 passer rating, 9 of 13, threw 2 touchdowns, also able to run in on his own. What did you like from Joe Milton, because this quarterback 2 position was probably the biggest question that needed answered?
Well, I think last week we saw Joe Milton really in control of this offense, and he was in control of it again today. But today, you got to see a little bit of the fun Joe Milton, right? The plays where he rolls out and makes throws that a lot of guys just can't make because he has arm strength that other guys can't make. But he was in control again. He's playing confident, and this is the best that he's looked in the Dallas Cowboys uniform so far.
Yeah, nice deep ball to Jonathan Mingo, another deep ball as well to Camden Brown. No surprise there, but in terms of the running back room, I mean, you saw good things from Malik Davis in pass protection, the receiving aspect. Also, Jayden Blue, how about leading the running back room with 75 yards on 15 carries? What'd you like from that running back room?
Yeah, I think Malik Davis, you saw it early on, right? He gets into the end zone. What a journey it's been for him. Last year, the preseason opener, he gets called like just over 24 hours and then leads the team in rushing. And then Jayden Blue, a game that he needed to play well in today, I think he did play well in. So that competition is still going to be ongoing. Cowboys are going to take more than 2 running backs, but which 2? I think Jayden Blue took a step tonight. Phil Maffa had the touchdown as well. This staff's going to have some tough decisions to make.
They've got a lot of tough decisions in general, because on the defensive side as well, you had Shavon Revel, who I think solidified cornerback, 2 spot. First interception of the game. Talk about what you've seen so far from the last couple of weeks in camp, and now do you think he finally earned himself a chance to sit down next game?
Well, I think Shavon Revel has been one of the biggest winners from this training camp. He's finally back healthy after having the knee issue out of college and some of last year, and he's playing very confident. That's so important for the cornerback position. You're seeing it today. Does that mean he's Dallas' second starting corner? I don't know. Kobe Durant's a pretty good player, and he's had a good camp too. But Shavon Revel certainly isn't hurting his position.
All right, biggest takeaways on the defensive side. What you got?
Well, I think Jashaun Barham lived up to the expectations in his debut, right? You see this guy fly around, he hits hard, and you're seeing him man the middle of the defense too. That's super interesting considering you think about back to his time at Michigan. He spent most of his last year rushing the passer. Now he's here as a rookie calling the shots in Christian Parker's defense. I think he played well tonight.
In 15 plays, he had 5 tackles. So
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good to me. All right, that'll do it here for First Word. Of course, the Cowboys get the win, 2-0 in the preseason. Up next, they have the Saints next week. That'll do it for First Word, presented by Dr. Pepper. I'm Nicol Hutchison, Tommy Yarsh.
What you say, Rhoda? Rhoda says she left your red Jeep and she has arms like a lineman. It's punishment. Boy, you crazy. Boy, you crazy. Yeah, she left me on red, but it's all good. It's all good. But, yeah, she kind of had some of the same takeaways. They had some of the same takeaways that we had about the players. You know, Joe Milton, you know, the story tonight, John. You know, again, you know, Joe Milton, Malik Davis ran well. Jayden Blue, I'm telling you, you could tell the way they had him running in the Seahawks game. They're just trying to toughen Jayden Blue up, it seems like. That's the benefit of the doubt I'm going to give Shotty. They seem to be trying to toughen up Jayden Blue. And so I think this is one of the reasons why they got him running the way, you know, running the way that he is. Just trying to, like, okay, man, just kind of keep it very basic for right now. There'll be time for razzle-dazzle later on. But for right now, we just kind of want it to be very simple. You know, before we, since we're waiting on some interviews, let me tell you, let's go back also in the roster. And let's look at some people that may be in trouble on this team. May be in trouble on this team. And there is one player for me that is at the top of the list. Players who may be in trouble based on what we've seen the last 2. There are some players, man. And Jerry Jones mentioned this. Jerry Jones said that some of the players we have right now won't be on this team come the first week of the season. And there are a couple of players that are familiar names here And I think they're going to be hitting the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. I think they're going to be hitting the road, Jack. Looking back here, Kalen Carson. I think Kalen Carson's in trouble. I do. I think Kalen Carson is in trouble. Kalen Carson has been around here for a while, but I think he's in trouble. And it's mostly, to me, on the defensive side of the ball, because when I think about the offense, I never was really worried about Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I mean, he ain't been here. But Jaden Smith, I think he's been here before. I think he's going to be out of here. All these other people, I already know they're going to be out of here. But there are some of these familiar names. They're going to be out of here. But the defensive side, there are 3 players that I'm concerned about. Kalen Carson, not concerned. Triquez Bridges, not concerned. Zion Childress. Zion Childress has been around here now a couple of years. He could be out of here. It is this guy right here. Josh Butler, I can see him on the practice squad. But the person who I'm circling and talking about is Maurice Leofau. I don't think Maurice Leofau is gonna make it. I don't think Maurice Leofau is gonna make it. I saw this picture right here. I don't think he's gonna make it. I think there's a lot of people that are probably gonna be disappointed, but I don't think he's gonna make it. Sam Williams too, Jenkins Gaming. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I know a lot of people are going to be disappointed about Maurice Leofau. A lot of people really think Maurice Leofau is good. I think he's good too. I just think he's out of position. I really think a team should consider bringing in Maurice Leofau and putting him at safety. I think he would be a great strong safety for a team. He's just not a good strong. You can't have him at the linebacker position. I always thought he was too small. And I don't even know if it's that he's too small. I just think his build, even if he is bigger than what you think, his build doesn't look like a linebacker. His build don't like a linebacker. So I think Maurice Leofau gonna find his way out of here. Let's see what the Cowboys Wire is saying today. This was written 9 p.m. Talking about people who could be out, looks like. Yep. 3 players to watch to take on the Cardinals. Well, we watched for them. We didn't see them. I mean, Leofau was out there, but he was in the dirt time, trash time. Maurice Leofau, I don't think he's going to make it. Another player. Jayden Blue, I don't know why they had Jayden Blue on here. Jayden Blue was always going to make it, I believe. Joe Milton. I could see why they had Joe Milton and Jayden Blue. But Maurice Leofau? No, man. I think he's better than decent. Old school. I think he's better than decent. I just think he's out of position. In the NFL, somebody told me he played safety in college. I think he needs to be moved back to safety. I think he'd be a devastating safety. I really do. I mean, I really think he could knock some people in the dirt if you put him back at safety. But as he's currently playing, I just don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I think they need to do something else as it applies to him playing safety. So, I don't think Maurice Leofau going to make it, family. And I know that's going to break some people's heart. I don't think he going to make it. I really don't. Yep, I don't think he going to make it, family. Hold on a second. Let me go back over here. I just saw what Calvin Watkins said, that something that Brian Schottenheimer said. So I want to see if we got Brian Schottenheimer at the podium tonight. Again, I know it's late. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm not sure about old Sam Williams. I'm really not. Yep, I'm not sure about Sam Williams. And I think Jerry really likes Sam Williams too. I really do. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull up something. All right, let's pull up see over here on X. It was like maybe Calvin Watkins might have talked to him somewhat afterwards. Did y'all see this play today? I thought this was very awesome right here. Did y'all see this? Did y'all notice Von Miller tonight? Von Miller was over there coaching on the sideline tonight. I think he did. Is he Malachi Lawrence? And I think it was another player he coached up too. Man, this dude Von Miller is going to be a beast on the sideline for the Cowboys. I think BT Jordan, once the season starts, I think BT Jordan will be on the sideline for the Cowboys too. But Von Miller, man, he's going to pay dividends. I mean, man, you know, it's kind of crazy to see Von Miller on the sideline of the Cowboys. I mean, just to see Von Miller gives you, it really like, it's like, I won't say it's surreal, Miss Matrix. I won't say it's surreal. Especially with you on the stream. I'm not going to say it with you on the stream. But it does give you a level of comfort. It gives you a level of comfort. Like, man, we got some serious, we got some leadership. We got some serious players and all these different things. So Von Miller gives you a certain level of comfortability. And so, man, I'm just excited about having Von Miller on this team. Now, for all of us who caught the thing about Cowboys after dark, I'm not gonna harp on this. But do y'all realize? I think there is some truth to the issue of CeeDee Lamb dating Von Miller's baby mom. I think there's some truth to it. Because I'm gonna tell you something that I've noticed. I've seen a lot of people talking to Von Miller. I saw George Pickens talking to Von Miller. I think I might have even seen Dak. I've seen people talking to Von Miller. But I'm kind of wondering about this thing with CeeDee Lamb because I haven't seen CeeDee Lamb and Von Miller interacting. Now, you may say, oh, that's no big deal. It is a big deal to me because I'm CeeDee bleeping Lamb. I'm a leader on this team. And when a player like Von Miller comes on this team, you better believe that I'm talking to Von Miller. Why wouldn't I be talking to Von Miller? I hadn't seen no talk between Von Miller and CeeDee Lamb. I mean, it's strange to me. It's absolutely strange because I've noticed that everybody on this team has gravitated towards Von Miller. I saw him in sideline pictures tonight. I was watching all of the superstar players the Cowboys have. I saw Kenny. I saw Quinnen. I mean, I saw him around Dak, George. I've seen Von in the vicinity of so many people. How do you not talk to CeeDee Lamb unless it's something there? But I'm going to give the Cowboys so much credit for this. Because at this point, if this is true, and I'm telling you, Cam Newton actually re-released the video. And while there are people watching that video, the thing that I'm blown away by, and I'm just wondering if this is Jerry Jones using his magic. I haven't even heard the major press talking about this. And that kind of makes me believe that they either see this as a nothing burger, which I find that hard to believe. Because normally anything about the Cowboys, they're going to grab any little nugget they can. They have been mute on this. Mute. It is crazy how mute they've been on. It ain't, and I'm not mad at it either. No distractions. They have been mute. Dallas media, mute. National media, mute. Other than Cam Newton. And I've seen some people on TikTok, the TikTokers, you can't control the TikTokers. The TikTokers out there doing whatever. But I can tell you this, it hasn't drawn any traction. None, at least at this point. But again, I've noticed I haven't seen them interacting. I haven't seen any interaction. Old school, I think with CeeDee Lamb, and I'm using this word the way I'm meaning to use it. CeeDee Lamb has had a hellacious offseason. I mean, he's been working out and all that stuff. That stuff all good. But I think there's been some tension with this whole thing about Von Miller's baby mom. I think there's been some tension we haven't been aware of. Because I want y'all to think about how crazy this is. I was talking to my wife about this, and I think about to mention it to y'all, and maybe I didn't say it like this, but I want y'all to think about this. Tell me this isn't crazy. Von Miller, after he knows Lamb is fill in the blank, allegedly, whatever it is, whether it's they're doing, whether they're sexing, texting, whatever they're doing. Do y'all not realize how crazy it is in a sense? That Von Miller knew this and signed with the Cowboys? I want y'all to think on that. I know of very few men that would purposely go get employed by the employer that employs their baby mama boyfriend. Well, Von Miller knew that before he signed with the Cowboys. man, I'm just telling you. I'm just glad the media hasn't picked up on this, because this is crazy. But maybe that's this culture, and they're just handling it so good. And the way Jerry is, the way Jerry's been handling so many things, maybe they've just really done a good job of keeping this away from the media. I don't know, because I'm shocked, because Cam Newton has been all on this. Could y'all imagine if Cam Newton was still on ESPN? Now, ESPN might be kind of in the direction they're going. I think they're kind of getting away from a lot of the tabloids and sensational stories. So this may be why ESPN isn't on it, because ESPN is going away from Stephen A. Smith. They're going more towards Pat McAfee. And I think they're trying to get away from some of that kind of talk, because of Cam Newton, man. If Cam Newton was still on ESPN, boy, you better believe. And I'm definitely surprised that Speak Easy with Emmanuel Acho and his Cowboys hating self, I'm surprised he ain't got on it. I'm surprised he hasn't got on it. And I can't even remember. I don't even think Nightcap has talked about it. So maybe this is a part of this culture we got going on. So I still find it to be strange, because I'm telling you, I just think CeeDee Lamb's been going through a hellacious offseason. This whole issue with Miller's baby mama. And then his house got broke in. They stole $300,000, stole $300,000 worth of stuff. Now, I don't know. I'm not the kind of person that is a millionaire and has ever had $300,000 worth of stuff that could actually be stolen. But just the kind of person I am, if I was a millionaire, all my stuff going to be insured. The only thing I would be concerned about is you stealing all some pictures or something that was something sentimental that I couldn't get back. But as far as material stuff, I wouldn't actually care about you robbing my crib. My main concern about you robbing my crib would be, I want to know, my main concern would be, is it somebody I know? Because as far as I know, most people don't know where CeeDee Lamb live. So that would be my concern. That if I got robbed, it would be somebody that I know. But I guess sometimes people do be knowing. You know, where you live and stuff. But I'll tell you this much too. If I was a person, you know, a superstar player, I would be very guarded. I'm not even sure I'd bring, now knowing me, I'd be married. But if I wasn't married, I don't think I'd be bringing women back to my crib. I wouldn't trust women on that level because there are these women out there today, they kind of get in good with you and then they get to your crib and then they set you up. I would be very guarded. I wouldn't be letting women come to my crib. Not me. I'll just tell you right now, I'm single. I'm a millionaire. Oh, no. Ain't no women coming to my crib. I don't care if we've been dating for 3 years. Shoot, as a matter of fact, if we've been dating for 3 years, I'm probably gonna marry you. But if we dating 3 years, I'm still not letting you come to my crib. I'm not letting you come to my crib. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'd always have me bodyguards. I mean, all kinds of things. Man, I'd have bodyguards, NDAs. There'd be so many things that I would be doing to guard myself because, man, you just can't trust people these days. It's cutthroat, man. It's cutthroat out there. Shoot, Little D, Texas, man, you ain't lying, bro. Stay out them doggone clubs. I'm rich, bro. I ain't going to no dang on club. If anything, I'll be having a great time. And even then, you got to be careful having a great time with your family. I mean, if I was a millionaire, my circle is small. Shoot. I'm like Jesus and the 12 apostles, man. I'm keeping that thing small. And when it comes to my most guarded group, Peter, James, and John, I'm going to keep that thing even smaller. There's just certain people I ain't going to even let in the threes in that circle. Shoot. Man. Old school. Shoot. You ain't got to tell me. Shoot. Hey, we watched we watched the video on it the other day, old school. Shoot. Hey, tell you something. Yeah, Von Miller baby mama is a distraction, bruh. She is a distraction. Man, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. This part of my life is too, if I'm a football player, this part of my life it would be so important to me. It would be so important to me. I couldn't see myself out there ripping, running, and trying to do this because this part of my life would be too important to me. If there was somebody I would be dating, it would be somebody that I would be considering to be my wife. But for me, running around, ripping around, and sleeping around, man, it's such a waste of time for a superstar. It's a waste of time for a superstar. It really is. At least it would be for me. I just think you'll have plenty of time for that. I mean, if you are a superstar player, shoot, man, you will have plenty of time. You will have plenty of time to date women or do whatever you want to do. But for me, I wouldn't do it. But again, I say all that to say, man, they have been doing a great job of keeping this totally silent. Totally silent. I mean, there's nothing out there about this. Yeah, Jank Fan Experience. It's a nothing burger. I don't think it's a nothing burger. It is a something burger. But I just think they're doing a good job of keeping it a nothing burger. Yeah, you said the Cowboys brass are too informed. I don't think they're just informed. I think they are controlling some of this. Because hit dogs holler. And so I think, somebody mentioned this the other day. I think they know this. I think they're well aware of this. I do. I think they're well aware of it. I just think that there is some form of agreement in place to where, I think Vaughn is like, I don't care. As long as this, or this. And so I think that's what it is. I think they have really decided that they're going to, cohabitate on the Dallas Cowboys team, and it ain't going to be nothing. Men can do that sometimes. Men can do that sometimes. I'm telling you. Men can do that sometimes. GV1 said, man, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm beginning to worry about CD. Last year, he didn't get better. He underperformed expectations. Now, this year so far, he ain't getting better. CeeDee Lamb, you think about it in the last 2 off seasons. The first season after the contract, CD set out that whole season. So that part right there affected, I believe, it affected him when he first kind of came back on the field. But the other part of CeeDee Lamb is CeeDee Lamb hasn't been healthy for 2 years. That's been another part of it. And so, now you got another thing. A lot of people don't realize, man, everybody ain't Dak Prescott. I'm telling y'all right now, Dak Prescott's a different individual. Dak Prescott seems to be able to compartmentalize. Dak Prescott lost his brother, played on the field like, if you were watching Dak Prescott play, you would never know that even happened. If you were watching Dak Prescott on the field, if you were watching Dak Prescott on the sidelines, if you were listening to Dak Prescott in interviews, you would never know what happened. Dak Prescott has to be the king of compartmentalizing. Just put stuff in spots and don't even worry about it. Dak came back this year. Him and his fiance called it off. You'd never know it. You'd never know it. Dak Prescott is a master of compartmentalization. Dak Prescott last year played off the chain. And I'm sure that they were having problems before then. But that's Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott, great camp this year. Dak's different like that. Everybody can't do that. Everybody can't do that. And so, the thing about this sport, and this is why for me, I wouldn't be doing, my mind would be so different, because when you are talking about playing this sport at a very high level, you just can't afford distractions. You just can't afford distractions, because distractions carry over from your personal life and they'll start messing with your life on the field. I mean, unless you Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott different, I'm telling you. I mean, Dak Prescott's an alien, man. I don't think people understand. Dak Prescott is an absolute alien. Dak Prescott is the perfect quarterback for the Cowboys, because most people wouldn't be mentally capable enough to handle everything Dak has handled with the Cowboys. And I think this is why Dak Prescott is going to be rewarded. The Cowboys are giving, they're finally putting a team around him. And as we look at this, this preseason game, some of these people aren't going to make it. And the Cowboys are going to make this team even better, I believe, over the next couple of weeks. Because I'm telling y'all, I think there's going to be a couple of names on this roster list. I believe there's going to be a couple of names on this roster list that's going to surprise us. I think there's going to be some people that come off this list that we never expected. Because I believe the Cowboys are looking to upgrade even more. I think they're, for as great as it is, we got Barham, Lawrence, Von Miller. I think the Cowboys are still looking to upgrade even more. If the Cowboys saw an opportunity to upgrade over Shamar James, I believe they do it. I absolutely believe they do it. If the Cowboys can see where they can get another cornerback that would make the cornerback room stronger, I think they would do it. Now, what I'm hoping they're doing in all of their evaluating, I'm still, even though that offensive line looked a little bit better tonight, that second offensive line looked a little bit better tonight. If I'm the Cowboys, because my question to us, we got 5 good offensive linemen. T.J. Bass is number 6. Drew Shelton probably makes it just because you drafted him. But in reality, who is really, because Drew Shelton ain't ready. T.J. Bass is number 6. Who's number 7? Is Drew Shelton number 7? Is Nate Thomas number 7? I think Nate Thomas has regressed. I really do. I think Nate Thomas has regressed. I don't think the answer is on the team. I don't know. Y'all tell me. I don't think the answer is on the team. And a lot of people keep saying, "Oh man, you can't get nobody. You can't get nobody right now." Well, you're gonna have to try. You're gonna have to try to figure it out. Yeah, Guru. I think we got 5 good offensive linemen. 5. You said 4. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. You said 4.5. Yeah, man. You know what? And even when you look at our 5, problem is we got a question mark by Terrence Steele. Big question mark, probably 2 or 3. And then with Tyler Guyton, I don't even know if it's a question mark. We just kind of got I don't know. We got them 3 dots behind it. We don't really know on Tyler Guyton yet. So we got 3 great to elite defensive linemen. You possibly got 2 good ones. Bass is a good one. Who's number 7? And in reality, you might need, because you got to be looking for a number 7 that's good enough to be a number 4 or 5. You got to get a number 7 that's good enough to be a 4 or 5. Now, for me, I keep saying Taylor Decker. Now, as far as anybody else goes, I don't really know of anybody else at this point in time that is available out there. Because the question is, maybe, okay, let's say they're not as good as Guyton or Ferguson, but what if they're better than Nate Thomas? What if they're better than Nate Thomas? And so that's kind of where I am. Wait a minute, what you say, Richard? Richard Owen said, gee, is Vaughn baby mother worth $5 million because he's getting paid to play? Hell, I'm sure some of that money's going to her. I mean, I'm sure. Sure some of that money may be going to her. But again, you know, Von Miller may be one of those types of dudes. Von Miller seems to be able, she almost took his career a few years ago. She almost messed his career up a few years ago. But for the most part, as far as I can remember, that's really the only thing I've ever heard about Von Miller. But he seemed to get that situation under control. And so for Von Miller, it seems like they're broken. You know, it seems like they're broke up. You know, unfortunately for me, the reason why I just kind of stay out of, I wouldn't want to date a baby mom, 3 kids by the same guy. That's a lot of interaction between those two, and they've been kind of on again, off again. But you know, maybe Vaughn, he seems to be one of them type of dudes that maybe he can compartmentalize well too. Because I can tell you this. The players seem to love Von Miller. And from everything I can tell, he seems to be, as far as like he said, he's the best teammate. He said he's in the Hall of Fame for being a teammate. So I like it. I like it, man. If he can compartmentalize and just do what he got to do, we might be holding up a trophy here at the end of this season. But, you know, looking at this offensive line, I think the Cowboys got to fix this offensive line. Y'all tell me what y'all think. But I think they have to fix this offensive line. I really do. There's a lot of questions about Terrence Steele. It really is. A lot of questions about Terrence Steele. Yeah, Blake Horn says true. I would even say keep an eye out for the Eagles' defensive line cuts. You can convert some really good players to offense because how good their D-line has to be. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, so I don't really know of anybody out there other than Taylor Decker. And the question becomes, what does Decker want to play? What is Decker asking for to play? Because, at the end of the day, as I always say, he's out there for a reason too. So I'm kind of wondering, why is he still out there? We already know why he's out there as far as the Lions go. Couldn't come to an agreement on the deal. Yeah, couldn't come to an agreement on the deal. And because he couldn't come to an agreement on the deal, so he's not playing right now. So we got to see what happens. And again, it looks like, man, it is late. And so I think the Cowboys have decided that they're not going to do anything tonight. Man, look at this right here, boy. These memes are tripping me out. Everybody's talking about Jashaun Barham over on X. Look at what they're saying about Barham on X. Somebody said his pulse never gets over 85. Boy, it sure seemed like it too, man. Boy, it sure seemed like it, man. You know what, Jenkins? I don't even know if he makes the team. I think Shiaz is going to be a practice squad dude. I think he's going to be practice squad. I think they're going to try to develop him from the practice squad. That's what I think. I think he's going to be a practice squad guy. Because I don't really know. I don't really know enough about him at this point. So that's why I think he's going to probably be on the practice squad. Because I don't really see where he. Unless y'all can tell me something different, I don't really see where he. I don't really see where he necessarily flashed tonight. I don't necessarily see that. Let me see here. GV, he says CD should be in his prime. Just turned 27 a few months ago. His issue is concentration, thinking about escaping before he catches the ball. Yeah. I think one of the things too, though, GV, I think one of the things that slowed down CD Lamb are the injuries. He's been injured 2 years in a row. I think that's what really slowed him down are the injuries. So, now think about it. He held out for the contract, came back, got hurt a little bit because Dak got hurt. Last year, got hurt again. Had that little shoulder socket injury or whatever it was. Didn't require surgery. So I think what has kind of slowed him down a little bit, is bogged him down, is he hasn't been healthy the last 2 seasons. And that's got to suck. You sign a big-time contract, and the real good ones, and I consider CD Lamb to be one of the great ones. The great ones, when they sign an extension, they don't want to fall off. When the great ones get a contract, they want to be better than everybody. When the great ones get a contract, they say, I want everybody to know I got the contract because I'm the best. They get a contract, they still want to lead in whatever categories they can lead in. They want to lead in those categories. They want to be the reason why you win games. They want the ball at the biggest times, they want all of that smoke. But when you start getting them injuries, what can you do? I'm going to tell you something, old school. I'm wondering if Terrence Steele gets a contract if this was the new Cowboys. Terrence Steele basically got a contract based off one good season. Terrence Steele should have been made to play another good season before Terrence Steele got that contract. But Terrence Steele got a contract now, and so the Cowboys in one of these situations where they got so much money tied up in Terrence Steele that they're just like, he's got to perform. He's got to perform. He ain't got to perform, but they're saying he's got to perform because they're saying they got too much money tied up in Terrence Steele. What do you do? Are you going to put Terrence Steele on the bench? Who's going to put Terrence Steele on the bench? Who would put Terrence Steele on the bench? Who would do it? Because I'm telling you, these are the things you have to consider. Are you putting Terrence Steele on the bench? Look at Terrence Steele's contract. This is insanity. Look at Terrence Steele's contract. They renegotiated the deal. Terrence Steele contract is 3 years, $33 million. $10 million signing bonus. $21 million guaranteed at signing. $1.7 million base. There's a signing bonus. Restructure 1.1. Active roster bonus 7.5. He's hitting the Cowboys for $8.7 million. You really can't get from under this contract. Let's look and see what it is here. So if the Cowboys decided to release Terrence Steele in 2027, it would be a $25 million dead cap hit. They would save nothing, looks like. If you trade him, $16 million cap hit. And then he'd hit you for, I guess that's 1.4. If you give him as a June 1st designation, you'd have to take a $15 million dead cap hit, $10 million dead cap hit, zero savings. I got strange feelings that Terrence Steele is here to stay. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Terrence Steele is here to stay. Terrence Steele is here to stay. When you look at it like this, Terrence Steele ain't going nowhere. $15 million dead cap hit, $10 million, he ain't going nowhere. I mean, if you traded him, you could probably eat up 6 and then eat 10. I mean, I guess if you'd be willing to do that, depending upon the player or the draft pick you got, but that's what you'd have to do post June 1st trade next year. But who's doing this? This is another issue. You're not sitting him on the bench. You're not taking a $17 million dead cap hit and a $16 million dead cap. You're just not doing it. You're not doing it. Terrence Steele eats you alive. So when you look at it from that perspective, now you can see why the Cowboys are probably going to be doing as much as they can do to see if they can get Terrence Steele in shape. See if they can get him up to speed. Because they got a lot of money tied up in it. A lot of money. And the crazy part is, with the rework of the contract, it's just now kicking in. Just not kicking in. So what do you do? Because you know you're not cutting it. You cutting off your nose to spite your face, you cut it. The alternative is, in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, you're going to just have to make it work, it looks like. You got a lot of money tied up in Terrence Steele, man. A lot of money tied up in Terrence Steele. Guru said every team in the league has a Terrence Steele or 3 on their line. Man, he got so much money in that joint out, but what do you do? Well, they can get out of it. The problem, Jenkins, ain't getting out of it. The problem is what they're going to have to eat to get out of it. And the question is, I just showed it up on the screen. Are they really willing to do this? Are they willing to do it? I don't think they are. There's a lot, man. Sheesh. I don't think they're willing to do this. Yeah, you can't get out. They reworked this contract. You can't get out of this contract. You can't get out of this contract clean until the end of the contract. Yeah, there's no way. Mm-mm. And that's 2028 right there. Yeah, you don't save no money on this contract, man. None. You lose money on this contract no matter what you do. Now, if you can find somebody that's playing cheap, Now, if you can find somebody playing cheap, I guess you could afford to take these hits. But I don't think the Cowboys gonna take these hits. So at the end of the day, it is really in our best interest for Terrence Steele to work. Yeah, it's in our best interest for Terrence Steele to work. Yeah. Ronan DeVos, they jumped the gun on that contract. They did. They jumped the gun on it. What's going on, Lisa Worley? Yeah, we looking good in these 2 preseason games. One thing we know, Christian Parker got his defense in. Yeah. Shoot, Blake Horn, that might be your only option. Yeah, Jenkins, that's it, 2028. That's it. So you basically talking about 3 years. I mean, you might be willing to eat somebody in 2028, but So once again, we probably got two of the best guards in the NFL, one of the best centers in the NFL. We're going to see what Guyton's going to be this year. Everybody's admitting Terrence Steele is shaky. TJ Bass is your number 6. I don't count Drew Shelton as your number 6, even though you're going to keep him. So in the grand scheme of things, Nate Thomas is your number 7. If you're keeping 9 down linemen, who are the other 2? You got Nate Thomas, TJ Bass. I guess you would use that other spot for Drew Shelton, who's number 9. I think Shiaz Pete will go on the practice squad. But other than that, Yale school. You can't live without him, so you're going to have to learn how to live with him. That's it. You can't live without him. You got to find a way to live with him. Yep. I can see that happening, Jenkins. I think we will be drafting a tackle next year. And you know, Drew Shelton, I think they're trying to turn him into a swing tackle. I think the Cowboys make huge mistakes when they do that. I think they make huge mistakes. You know, one of the things I was thinking about tonight also while we were playing the Arizona Cardinals, call me crazy. Did anybody else have this thought? There's no way the Arizona Cardinals beat us this year. Did anybody else have that thought? I had the thought in watching this tonight, and I know we were not playing the starters, but I was just basing it on the way the Cowboys' defense looks. The way Parker has even third team playing well. And I was thinking tonight, I was like, looking back at the schedule, I'm like, there's no way the Cardinals beat us this year. I mean, there's like, in my mind, no way the Cardinals beat us this year. That's what I was thinking. I was like, this is the first year in a long time. It's like, I mean, we would literally just have to trip over our own feet. Because Parker's system, especially with good players in it, I think it's going to be even better. And the Arizona Cardinals look like they are in a total rebuild. They look like they are in a total rebuild. Brand new head coach. I think he's kidding to Matt LaFleur. Brand new head coach. You know, they're trying to get their team together now. I mean, they just look so different. I'm like, there is no way that team's going to beat us this year. And I'm still thinking. I'm like, there's no way they're going to beat us this year. And so, man, I just think it's going to be an exciting year for the Cowboys because, again, a lot of these teams that people thought were going to beat the Cowboys, I think a lot of people are going to start changing their minds. The more they watch this season, the more the Cowboys are going to be favored in some of these games that people thought we were not going to win. And again, and I'll tell you, I'm very excited about playing the Saints next week. Even though we're not gonna see a lot of the starters, I'm definitely ready to see us play the Saints. I know a lot of those guys who are trying to play for other teams. They're going to be playing very, very hard, and I'm wondering if there's going to be some fights based on what we saw. I'm wondering if there's going to be some fights based on what we saw last week. Yeah, Jenkins, you said you can ride him to the bench if you draft a tackle next year. Yeah. Dreamer said if we don't lose to Arizona, then lose to a lesser team and win against the team we're supposed to lose to. Hey, I'm telling you, I think we're going to win way more games than people think we're supposed. A lot of those games that people wrote us off on, they're going to write us in on. Lil D Texas said Dak better practice 2-step and pass 3 steps, and he sacked messing with steel sometimes. And again, this is good that the Cowboys are now running Dak Prescott in the center. Because at least you can slow down a pass rush. At least you can slow down a pass rush with play action. Play action will help you with a pass rush. Appreciate you, Dreamer Johnson. Appreciate you. You know, normally on a post-game night, Dreamer, yeah, we normally have way more stuff, but I thought the Cowboys would have up some interviews, but I know the game was so late. The game was so late, and of course, it being a preseason game, the Cowboys are on their way back to Dallas tonight. So it looks like they didn't talk to anybody. You know, might have talked to a couple of people on the way out, but it looks like they didn't talk to anybody. Because I don't see anything on DallasCowboys.com. I don't see anything on X. I don't see any conversations over there. Normally, the videos will go up on... Normally, they'll go up on DallasCowboys.com. Yeah, normally they'll go up on DallasCowboys.com before they go up even on the website, but not today. All right, let's see if we can read a couple of the game recap, because we pretty much recapped the game. Let me see what they have over here on the recap. And that's something that I think this is not really nothing. We've already done that. All right, so let's talk a little bit more Cowboys, and then we'll get out of here in a few. But overall, man, I'm telling you, I'm so excited about the Dallas Cowboys. What's going on, Superman? Appreciate that $10 super chat. Superman, boy, hey. Superman, man, we did a 2-hour special on it the other night, Superman. I'm telling you right now, I think the only place anybody calling them crazy, Superman, is on the principle of the matter. Yeah, they calling them crazy on the principle of the matter. Cause, man, I don't know, bro. I'm not afraid of people. But for me, there are just certain things that are common sense. I'm not dating Von Miller's baby mama. I wouldn't date any player's baby mama, and let alone I actually probably wouldn't be out there. I mean, it'd have to be somebody really special to me even break a rule like that if I wasn't married. But, well, see, he probably say she is special. See, now probably says she is special. But it's just the logic for me. I'm not dating Von Miller's baby mama. Ain't no way. You couldn't pay me to do it. You couldn't. And we've seen her. Shoot. Man, I ain't dating this man's baby mama. Miss Majors, no memes either. I got slipping. I've been looking for something today too, but I'm slipping. But I'll be honest with you, I don't care. I'm not dating this man's baby mama. I'm not. I'm just not doing it. Call me crazy, man, but I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. You know, let's talk about a couple other things over here. Wait on a second. Since we're not going to get anything out of the Cowboys tonight, I did see where Shannon Sharp, it's Cowboys After Dark. Let's check them out. I did see where Shannon Sharp, they were talking about the Cowboys putting hands on the Arizona Cardinals. Let me see. I did see them talking about that. Let's see if we can go over there and talk. Let's see. Let's see if they got some timestamps. Hold on a second. Has anybody been following the battle? Anybody been following the battle between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson? I've been following it, man. It's one of the craziest things you'll ever see. You know what, Miss Matrix? I did. I forgot to bleep that song. I'll make sure I get it this week. Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, it is one of the craziest things going on out there. Deshaun Watson has been outplayed by Shedeur Sanders. Outplayed. And because they're paying Deshaun Watson all the money they're paying him, they wanted to start Deshaun Watson this last season. But they're crazy. Deshaun Watson, man, Sanders ran circles around him today. I'm not keeping him on the team. I'd cut him. I'd bring in me a veteran quarterback to sit behind Shedeur and kind of help mentor him. I'm cutting Deshaun Watson because he definitely can't mentor him. Oh, yeah. Hey, Dak Elite, they booed him off the field, bro. Booed him off the field. He's just not good no more. Yeah, Lil D Texas, he crashed out in that press conference. We might play it in case anybody didn't hear it. Shoot, man, that joker crashed out. He was terrible, man. He's terrible. All right, this is Shannon Sharp talking about the Dallas Cowboys tonight. Let's check it out.
Damn.
The Dallas Cowboys beat the Arizona Cardinals 34-13. Joe Milton III was surgical in the first half. 9 of 13, 179 yards, 2 pass TDs, no interceptions, 1 rush touchdown. Launched a 53-yard touchdown pass to Jonathan Mingo. Another deep pass found Camden Brown, who's having an unbelievable camp this year. Ocho.
Yeah.
I feel like Joe Milton is going to find himself in a situation like old boy down in Miami.
Malik Willis.
I
swear I thought that same thing.
He can be a starter, Ocho. ain't no way in hell.
Yep. Did I not say this earlier? The way Joe Milton played tonight, there are going to be people knocking on the door for Joe Milton. Did I not say the same thing? I said it. He's playing that good. Joe Milton played that good. And that is a testimony, not only to Joe Milton's hard work. I want to give Joe Milton credit for his hard work. But that's also a credit to Dak Prescott. It's a credit to Dak Prescott. Because Dak Prescott put Joe Milton, when everybody was talking about Dak better not get hurt, Joe Milton gonna take his place. Man, Dak Prescott wasn't thinking about them folk. Dak Prescott has treated Joe Milton like a brother. Has been inviting him to all of his trips when he goes and brings the offense out. Him and Joe Milton got a personal handshake. Dak Prescott has been doing everything he can do to help Joe Milton be the best quarterback he could be. It's a testimony to Brian Schottenheimer because he loved him some Joe Milton. You know what I'm saying? He loved him some Joe Milton. Don't he, Miss Matrix? Love Joe Milton. Love Joe Milton. Between Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, Joe Milton's hard work, Joe Milton is probably going to bring the Cowboys a draft pick. What did I say? Could possibly bring the Cowboys a 2nd or 3rd round pick. Quarterbacks are at a premium in this league, man. Joe Milton may absolutely play himself out of this. Let me look at something real quick before we go on with Nightcap. Let's look at something real quick.
You gonna tell me that?
Because I'm gonna tell you now, the Cowboys couldn't. You know, if a team came after Joe Milton, the Cowboys can't pay him. It's just a matter of when there's a contract up. Let's look at Joe Milton's contract. Miss Matthews said it's a bromance. You ain't lying. Shoot, last year, boy, Brian Schottenheimer, man, I ain't never seen nobody that could throw a ball like Joe Milton. boy, he was all on Joe Milton. Let's look at Joe Milton contract real quick. Because I'm telling you right now, if somebody comes offering the Cowboys a contract for Joe Milton, he out of here. I'm telling you. So Joe Milton, this is his contract right here. He on a rookie deal. This is the third year of the rookie deal. $1 million this year. Next year, $1 million. He becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2028. Unrestricted free agent in 2028. Now, fortunately for the Cowboys, he can't get out of here until 2028. That don't mean that some team is not going to come knocking on the door of the Cowboys, offering the Dallas Cowboys draft capital for Joe Milton. The New England Patriots were asking for a third-round pick for Joe Milton, because I do believe Joe was, a sixth round pick? Teams today would probably easily offer the Cowboys probably a third-round pick for Joe Milton. I'm going to tell you right now, let me just give an example of a couple of teams. If I were the Minnesota Vikings, rather than Kyler Murray, I'd rather have Joe Milton. I don't want Kyler Murray as my quarterback. I mean, nothing against Kyler Murray. I couldn't have a quarterback that short. I bet you right now, man, J.J. McCarthy's probably beating his head against the wall right now. I tell you, I bet you right now, J.J. McCarthy can't even figure it out. How did Kyler Murray beat him out? I'm telling you, he can't figure it out. And I don't even know if it's so much that Kyler Murray beat him out. But they got him, and Kyler Murray's making all that money. But I'm telling you right now, there's going to be some teams knocking on the door. And they're going to probably make the Cowboys some offers that they're not going to be able to refuse. Because you got to ask yourself, if you're Joe Milton, if the Cowboys tried to come to you with an extension, would you take it? Because you already know that extension ain't going to be that big. Would you take it? No. Joe Milton comes back next year and does the same thing in the preseason. Oh, he out of here in 2028. I guarantee you. He'll be out of here. But I got the same feeling that Shannon Sharp and them have. Somebody's going to come knocking on the door for Joe Milton. And they're going to make the Cowboys an offer. And it's going to be probably hard for them to refuse it.
He did 32 quarterbacks better than this man.
But I got a question for you too, Unc. He has a chance to be a starter, but where would he be a starter at?
I tell you the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Jets, anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Guru got it. Guru got the list for me. Thank you, Guru. Falcons, Jets, Vikings, Cardinals. Thank you, Guru. Now, the only one I'm going to say no to is Cleveland, because Shedeur Sanders is rocking over there. But your other four teams, I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes. People going to be knocking on his door. I'm telling you. And I think they're going to make the Cowboys some serious offers to get Joe Milton. It is hard to find good quarterbacks in this league.
So, hey.
I tell you the middle of the season.
Hey, Unc, I was thinking, I was thinking that same thing, Unc. I swear I was. I was like, hey, man, Joe Milton here, the way he out here playing, willing and dealing, man, it's going to be hard to keep that boy as a backup, man.
He arm talented now.
Hold on. Hey, shoot, hold on. Unc, you jogging my memory now. I'm thinking about the team.
Amber Soprano, you hit it on. Hey, Amber Soprano. Yep. I'd really have Milton in the Saints quarterback.
Team that actually need a quarterback. What teams actually need a quarterback and are looking for a starter, where their starting quarterback number one is on ice?
Yeah, Guru, I actually agree with you on that. I actually wish they would cut Shedeur Sanders. Free that man and let him go somewhere else.
The Jets.
Well, you remember, Ocho? Remember we said that last year. Who needs a quarterback? When we talked about Malik Willis, and you say, well, who needs a quarterback? I said, well, Miami gonna be in the market for a quarterback. Somebody else gonna be in the market for a quarterback. You watch.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that Cleveland situation. How about that one?
Uh-oh.
Keep an eye on that Cleveland situation.
Nah.
We're going to talk about Cleveland in a minute.
Yeah,
what did you like about – let's go to Joe. This is Joe's team. Joe, what you like about what you saw from Joe Milton III?
Man, I like how sharp he was tonight running that Cowboys offense. Uncle Ocho, 2 touchdown passes, 1 rushing. He was unbelievable. Hey, I like the Malik Davis kid, the running back there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he that first drive, they were awesome on that first drive. Malik Davis had some great runs. He caught that touchdown right there probably like at the 5 or the 7 to kind of run it in. Our young guys look great, bro. They came out and competed. You look at the depth. Everybody looks strong. Milton and the defense. I mean, think about the roster cuts about to get ready to come up, bro. I thought Dallas young. I thought Dallas young core, them young guys. I'm talking offense and defense. They stepped up. They played big. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know, he got arm talent, man. He can flat out throw the ball,
and he can use them legs too, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's very athletic.
But
I was just impressed, and we watched him. Ocho, remember he was in New England. New England did him a solid. Said, man, look, you're not gonna play here with Drake May. Let's go ahead and get you somewhere. He goes to Dallas. They traded him to Dallas. He's gonna play himself into a starting job somewhere. I think people have seen enough. You look at the Brown situation. I don't think they'll settle on their quarterback. Even whoever wins the job, I don't think they'll settle. Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers says, I'm only playing one more year. Are they going to be in position? Are they going to lose enough games?
Boy, I did not think about Pittsburgh. Mike McCarthy. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, y'all. Oh, I'm about to cause a problem now. Let me bring up a scenario. And this is the first place you're going to hear this from because it just came out of my mind. Let me present a scenario for you. Hold on a second. Let me present this. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Let me ask y'all a question. Because Pitt, they have not been able to find a quarterback for years. For years. They have not had a quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger. And that's the truth. Let me ask y'all a question. Let's go over here real quick. What if the Pittsburgh Steelers came to the Dallas Cowboys and said, we'll trade you Alex Highsmith. We'll trade you Alex Highsmith for Joe Milton. Straight across, what you take? What if Pittsburgh offered you Alex Highsmith for Joe Milton? What if they did that? Yeah, reading Joe Milton's on the contract. Anybody gets Joe Milton is going to have to be a trade. I believe they would give up a second. What if they gave you Alex Hightower? What if they gave you Alex Hightower for Joe Milton? Yeah, you can have Joe Milton, but we're taking Alex Hightower, and we take a 4th round pick. Would you take Alex Highsmith and a 4th round pick and trade Joe Milton? Pittsburgh needs a quarterback. I didn't even think about that. Pittsburgh needs a quarterback bad. Pittsburgh needs a quarterback bad. Lil D Tech said keep Milton some kind of way. Good backup quarterback is just as important as a starter to me. Oh, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Daryl said I wouldn't trade Milton. That's their problem. Dak got 4 years left. If that's why you would want to trade him when you would draft. Nope. Wouldn't do it, because then who would be the backup? Howell isn't good enough. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I think Howell got a bad. I think Howell played with a worse team than Joe Milton played with last week. Howell had the worst of the worst. And I think that's because Joe Milton played so good in the first half that Shotty was probably already convinced. Because I'm telling y'all, man, Sam Howell didn't play with nobody, bro. It was over after that first half. Sam Howell didn't have a chance. He didn't have a chance. He really didn't have a chance, man. Yeah, Marvin Mays. Yeah, y'all said, Jason, you said y'all keep Milton. I'll be honest with you. I gotta follow me on this. And nobody has to agree with me on this. I just have a different take on Joe Milton. If Joe Milton was on my team for a couple of $1 million, and there's a team out there wanting to pay Joe Milton, let's just say $30 million a year. They want to pay Joe Milton $30 million a year, 3-year contract, $30 million a year, guaranteed $75 million. Let's just say something like that. I'm just telling you about me. I wouldn't want to hold a quarterback for $2 million. That's just me. I wouldn't want to hold a quarterback for $2 million knowing that there are teams out there who would be offering him life-changing money as long as I could get some players out of it. I mean some players that can help me play, that can help my team better right now. Because, I mean right now, bottom line, right now, I'd have a hard time doing that. I'm serious, man. Maybe I'm crazy. Man, I'd have a hard time. Somebody is telling me, hey, man, we want to trade you this player and this player for Joe Milton. And the contract that we're going to give Joe Milton, we're going to give him a $100 million contract. Man, I couldn't sleep at night keeping Joe Milton for $2 million, man. I might up the draft pick. I might move it to a first-round draft pick and a player or a second-round draft pick and a player. Boy, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, man. I'm holding Joe Milton for $2 million, knowing that there's somebody willing to give him that kind of money. I'm just honest with you. I would take the players, make my team better right now, and I'd let Joe Milton go make that money. I would. That's just me. Maybe y'all wouldn't, but that's just me. I just couldn't hold that man back like that. I just couldn't hold that man back like that. That would be too bad for my conscience, man. I couldn't do it. Guru, you ain't choosing between Dak and Milton. Yeah, you're not choosing between Dak and Milton. Now, Dak's contract is designed, and they designed it like this. Dak contract is designed to only work if he's on the team. All those people talking about, oh, yeah, you can get from up on the Dak Prescott in 2028. Look at the money. Look at the money. When you look at the Dak Prescott contract, boy, man, whoever worked this contract out, boy, they are the contract masters. Because Dak Prescott contract will Dak Prescott contract will cripple you. It will cripple you no matter how you do it. It will cripple you. And they made it like that. They absolutely made Dak Prescott's contract like that. The potential out on Dak Prescott's contract, it is 2028. That is the potential out on Dak Prescott's contract. If you were to get rid of Dak Prescott, he'd hit you for $55 million, savings of $30 million. Trade, that ain't happening. June 1st designation, Dak hit you for $48 million dead cap hit, 28. 24 dead cap hit, 29. You would save $38 million. You're still getting hit massively. Post-release, he going to hit you for $48 million. He going to hit you for $24 million. The savings are $38 million. So that would mean that if you would get from up under Dak Prescott, you would find yourself in another conundrum. Because Dak Prescott is going to hit you for massive cap hits. He's hitting you for massive cap hits. It's almost impossible to get from under this. $72 million dead cap hit. I said this from the get-go. Dak Prescott's contract was never meant to get from up under. Dak Prescott's contract was always meant to be extended. It was always meant to be extended. It was never written. Never. It was never written to get from up under. I'm telling you now. It was written to extend. Oh, yeah, I forgot that quarterback name, Dreamer Johnson. Yeah, I'm not really interested in him. I'd be too afraid of him. Yeah, I'd be too afraid of him. Seriously, I would. But again, you know, the Cowboys in a serious situation with Dak Prescott's contract. That contract is not made to get from up under. And I'm telling you right now, Dak's getting an extension. At least I believe he is. I believe Dak Prescott is getting an extension. Look at Dak Prescott's cap hit next year. $76 million. There's 2 more void years. So they're going to push this money, I'm sure, into the void years. But how much can you push in there? How much money do you get to push in these void years? I'm not sure. But that money is going in the void years. But even then, it's still going to be a massive hit. You could probably split it up over 2. I'm pretty sure they can probably push this down into 2, convert something to a signing bonus and hocus pocus and whatever the case may be. He's still going to hit you. There's no way really out of this. Dak is going to hit you on the way out the door. Dak Prescott's contract, again, it is designed to extend. Unless you're going to take that, you know, you would have to basically get your quarterback on a Joe Milton contract or get you a rookie quarterback and just take that massive cap hit that season or take those cap hits on there while you on that rookie contract. There's no thing you can do. But I think Dak Prescott's contract is made to extend. Miss Matrix, I think Dak is going to take a pay cut. I do. I think Dak Prescott is going to take a pay cut so he can keep so that he can keep George Pickens. I do. Yep, I think he's going to take a pay cut. I don't think Dak's going for a massive contract on the next one. I don't think he's going for a massive contract on the next one. I think Dak is in Super Bowl mode, kind of like Tom Brady was. And so his focus from here on out is going to be getting a Super Bowl. But again, man, I said the same thing before I even saw this.
They're going to be high enough to draft a quarterback early.
Yeah.
He's a play there. The Jets, are they going to lose enough games to be able to get a quarterback? So it's going to be very interesting to see. I think there are some places, some landing spots for him that he can find. He can find a good home.
Oh yeah.
I like that. I like that. I don't like the Jets situation because you can go through a merry-go-round of quarterbacks. Nothing's going to change until change starts at top. I like the Pittsburgh idea for Drew Aller. he's been nice during the preseason. They might have the answer in their quarterback of the future in him. Unless Will Howard has to step it up, or he gonna be out the door. But I'm just looking at the landscape of it.
Oh.
Now you got my attention.
Hey.
Now you
Big,
got my
strong-arm
attention.
quarterback with those weapons. You got Bijan Robinson. You got Drake London. You got Kyle Pitts. You got guys that can make plays for you.
Yeah, old school. I think that's going to probably be the play. It won't be this year. I think the Cowboys are going to hold on to Joe Milton this year, but it wouldn't shock me if it was next year. It won't shock me. Also, depending upon how far do the Cowboys get this year? How far do they get this year? That becomes the question, too. How far do they get? Yeah. Salome, I think he's going to take a pay cut this time. I do. I don't think he's going to ask for more. I think he's going to take a pay cut. I think he's going to take a pay cut. I think he's going to do the Tom Brady. Now, a pay cut don't mean he's going to take $20 million. I don't think a pay cut means he's going to take $20 million. But I think in the grand scheme of things, they'll probably extend Dak Prescott's contract out 2 years. Yeah, they'll extend it out 2 years. And it probably won't be no average of $60 million a year. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't. I won't be surprised if it's somewhere in the 40 range. Whatever you can do to get George Pickens. 40 range, put about 3 or 4 more extra void years in there. Dak Prescott going to be getting paid by the Cowboys until he's 50 years old. He ain't going to be playing.
But hey, with that dual threat, and you put him with them Falcons, Uncle Ocho, come on, man. What we talking about? Them boys gonna be serious, boy. Hey, Joe Milton. Hey, if I'm an NFL team and I'm looking for a quarterback, well, I think I need a reliable backup. Boy, that boy just played himself into something. The way he played in this preseason, Uncle Ocho, these first 2 games, hey, that man look like that man look ready, bro.
He does.
Yeah, but also, Unc, let's remember, Joe, and this is no disrespect to your Cowboys, Unc. Now we got to remember these are the 2s and the 3s now. These are the 2s and the 3. Now we talk about being a starter. Every
Dreamer, I struggle anytime somebody brings up Shedeur Sanders. For me, you don't bring in Shedeur Sanders unless he's going to be a starter. Because if Shedeur Sanders is sitting on your bench, man, Shedeur Sanders has a fan base out of this world. Man, your quarterback trip and fall on the ground, they'd be calling for Shedeur Sanders. They would. They would be calling for Shedeur Sanders if you fell down, man. It's tough. Shedeur Sanders, man, if you get him, you gotta say you're gonna start him.
Everything is a little bit faster. Much faster than what you actually see.
He's going against the 2s and the 3s, and he's playing with 2s and 3s, which will be fine in Cleveland. Because that's what they got.
And why you so hell-bent on sending him to Cleveland, though?
No, I'm just saying, because we're going to talk about Cleveland in a second. So let's just hold off on the Cleveland.
Right,
but the Dallas situation with Joe Milton, I think the Camden Brown got him. He made the roster. He made the roster. He from Georgia. He played at Georgia Southern.
He played at Georgia Southern?
Yep.
Wait, cutting up like that?
Hey, what is he, about 6'3", 6'4"? 6'2"?
6'2"?
Yeah, he a big kid.
Hey, man, he getting it done out there, boy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, look, I know it's preseason, but, man, when you're a young player in a professional league and you get a chance to go out there and show and put your talents on display and let them know that you deserve a spot, a rotation, hey, man.
All I want to do is see.
Joe,
I get
funny
it.
too.
Like Ocho said, this is the preseason. But all I do is consistently see him making plays.
Hello.
That's the thing. I don't want you, just don't flash one time. Every time I cut the tape on, let me see something.
There you go.
Let me see something else.
Camden
Let
Brown.
me see something else. You give me no choice.
That's Camden Brown.
Yes.
Now, the offensive coordinator, not the head coach, asking the wide receiver coach, what do you think about Brown? You think can we put some more on his plate? Because what the thing is, all I want you to do is eat what I put on your plate to begin with. Yeah. I'll give you more once you eat that. What I can't do is put it on your plate. You waste it, and then all of a sudden I put even more on your plate. Well, you waste what I already put on your plate.
Yeah.
Eat that.
Yeah.
Then I give you a little bit more.
Yeah. And you know, it's players like that come in and plan the way.
Man, hey, Guru, boy, before them hamstrings and them Kardashians got to Austin, man, Miles Austin would have been the perfect wide receiver for Dez Bryant, man. Boy, if Miles Austin could have stayed healthy, they might could have got a title, man. boy, Miles Austin, boy, Miles Austin, man, shoot, for about 2 seasons, shoot, boy, Miles Austin was crazy, bro. Miles Austin was crazy for about 2 years, man.
They're playing right now. Sometimes it gets a little iffy, especially come down to a numbers game, depending on what they have.
What's up, Ruby Sweet? Yeah, Dak, Shoddy, and the quarterback's coach. Boy, they've done a good job with Milton.
You audition every time you step on that field in the preseason. If you're a rookie, you audition it. If you don't make the 53 there and they don't bring you back for the practice squad with that 15, you still auditioning for another team.
They not cutting
watching.
Because Dallas Cowboys they're not dumb enough to cut him.
No,
they cut him. They know somebody gonna pick him up based on what.
This is Camden Brown. Have I not been saying the same thing? Camden Brown has flashed so brightly. There is no way the Cowboys can cut Camden Brown and Camden Brown clears waivers. When you think about a team like the San Francisco 49ers, do we not know how bad the San Francisco 49ers need a new, young, and up-and-coming wide receiver? Oh, no. Ain't no way Camden Brown would make it past the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan would be salivating if Camden Brown hit the market. And if he could make it to the 49ers, because he'd have to make it there first because of the order they go in. Oh, no. Camden Brown, I'm telling you, Camden Brown has put the Cowboys in a headlock. They can't cut him. They can't. They just can't cut him.
He's done thus far.
Absolutely.
He gone, Ocho and Joe. Somebody gonna put him on the active roster. Ain't nobody signing him. No one is going to sign him and put him on the practice squad. They're gonna put him on an active roster.
Hold on.
The Cowboys, he's gonna make the roster.
I'm saying, but hold on. I thought Joe Milton got a little contract to be a backup. I thought he had a nice contract.
He did. But they'll trade him and say, hey, because it's gonna be hard for him to be that talent. Now, the thing is, and hopefully knock on wood, but Dak does have an injury history. He does. I know you don't like to hear that, Joe, but he does.
I got you. I'm with you when you're right. Hey.
Wait, hey, Unc, he was clean all last year.
He hurt his hamstring, remember?
Yeah.
Actually, he did pull his hamstring. That's right. He did pull his hamstring.
He missed a lot.
That was not last year. Sometimes I think they be drinking when they be doing this show sometimes, man. Well, I think they be drinking, bruh. Dak Prescott was 100% healthy last year. It was the year before last Dak Prescott had the hamstring issue. So Dak was 100% healthy last year. Dak's been taking care of his body. Shoddy is calling the kind of plays that's going to help Dak Prescott take care of his body. So, I don't know, man. Dak, I wouldn't be counting on Dak Prescott getting hurt. I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't be helped. Nah. Yeah, Guru, because sometimes they be saying some stuff. I'm like, man, Dak ain't hurt no hamstring last year, bro. It was the year before last.
Damn, soft tissue injuries.
Yeah, hey, we got some bright spots though, boy. In this preseason with this young
obviously,
talent.
CD and Pitt gonna be there. They like Illinois. I think Brown, the way Brown has played, he's played himself into that fourth receiver.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Fourth.
Illinois.
Floyd,
you know, they got Illinois. They got
right?
Turpin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. I forgot about Turk nice too.
They play him in the slot. I think the thing is, plus the question is, and I don't see a problem with this. I think Brown will be willing to play special teams because the more he got to be able to play special teams. Because when you're the fifth receiver, you just can't be the fifth receiver. Just come in Ocho on third down. You got to provide value somewhere else. So you got to be on punt return, kick return. You got to do something in the special teams area. in order to show your worth, because the fifth receiver just can't be the fifth receiver. The fifth corner just can't be the fifth corner. The fifth linebacker just can't be the fifth linebacker. You got your special teams. Those are your guys, your special.
That's why they had Camden Brown fielding punts the other day in practice, and now we're starting to see Jonathan Mingo field punts like we saw tonight. Yeah, you got to play on those special teams, man. You got to play on those special teams. And that's why I think they're going to choose Camden Brown over somebody like a Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Teams guys are made up of your third, your fourth, your fifth guys at the other depth, the linebackers, the tight ends, the DBs, the wide receivers. Those are your special team. Your third offensive lineman, your fourth offensive lineman, your fourth defensive lineman. That's your special teams right there. But I love the way Camden Brown has played thus far. When he's got an opportunity, he's made those plays. Joe Milton looked good tonight. Mingo, he finally showed a flash, a big time bomb, 2 catches, 62 yards on a touchdown, a 53-yard long. The Cowboys did what they're supposed to do. When the backups come in, we playing backups. Let's look better than their backups. We ain't got to look like backups. Right. We got to look. Let's make it look like we're the starters. Make them look like backups. Yeah.
True.
So I was impressed with what I saw from the Cowboys, and they went going away 34-13. Everybody want to talk about this game, so here we go. The Bills beat the Browns 31-7. Shador had a good.
Yeah, that's kind of where we are, man. So, Joe Milton, I believe the teams will start knocking on the Dallas Cowboys' door. And I'm telling y'all, this may actually be as early as the trade deadline. There may be teams asking for Joe Milton as early as the trade deadline. And the Cowboys, we got to understand, they're in win now mode. And I got a feeling they'd be willing to give up Joe Milton if somebody came with an incredible offer. But I think it's going to take an incredible offer. And if it's junk, then the Cowboys are going to ride with Joe Milton all the way through next season. But I think people are going to be knocking again next season. And now you got you an asset. You got you an asset as in great backup quarterback. And if need be, you can get you a big-time player, or you can get you an extra second-round draft pick. Y'all already know everybody's saying that the 2027 draft is supposed to be loaded. So we'll see.
Good showing.
But, hey, man, this just goes to show you how good Joe Milton played because I said it, and then you heard them say it, that, yeah, there's going to be people, I guarantee you. Because, man, quarterbacks are hard to find in this league. They're hard to find. And so when you get somebody start playing good, this is why Malik Willis is cleaning up now. Man, quarterbacks are hard to find, man. They are. They're hard to find. So when you find one, shoot, man, people will try to get at you. Shoot, why? How you said two first round picks? I think that's what April Shower said earlier too. 2 first round picks. Now you probably not gonna get 2 first round picks for Joe Milton, but boy, you're gonna probably get a good offer for him though. I got a feeling you're gonna get a good offer for Joe Milton. But for right now, all of that is just, chit chatter. In the grand scheme of things, I think what's just being said is Joe Milton played well. Joe Milton played extremely well. Hold on a second. Let me see.
They're 2-0 in the preseason, and joining us now to
again, Cowboys went straight from Arizona, played the late game. So it looks like the Cowboys looks like they went straight home, no interview tonight. So maybe we'll get some interviews tomorrow. Let's check out this right here real quick, and then we'll get out of here. Let's check out Brad Sham over here. talking about the Cowboys on
Joining us now to recap it all here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wolchuk, alongside Eric Chiafalo, the great Brad Sham. How are you? And overall, we started with that film off a call. The running backs really showed out tonight. I feel so much better than I did 3 hours ago about that room.
Do you really?
I do.
Here on the official post-game show Brian brought us, do you really?
I do, yeah. I mean, my gosh, Jayden Blue was running hard in between the tackles.
This is fascinating to me. What were you uncertain about 3 hours ago that you're more certain about now?
I feel better about Jayden Blue overall than I did 3 hours ago. And when it comes to pass blocking, I thought he stood in there and he tried. He did his best. I thought between the tackles, didn't fumble the football. That's a big thing with Jayden Blue. And Malik Davis, we know what he is, but Abanaconda continues to make the most of that. I think now overall, the depth in that room where I didn't know that they had a guy, I thought they might have to go out and bring it in. I think that room showed, you know what? They got some guys that.
Hey, let's see, Golden Eagle. Let me see, Golden Lion Eagle. Okay, you said look at the Arizona head coach. Read off the injury report. OMG, Dallas messed him up. Okay, I'm gonna find it. Appreciate you.
Can tote the rock.
So I agree with you, but it's 1:45 in the morning, right?
Yep.
So just for the sake of the conversation, so what if I say, well, yeah, but who do you do it against?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruby Sweet, he won't give it up this year.
I mean,
I agree.
That's the second and third strings of a bad football team. I'm just giving you. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Oh, for sure.
I agree. I don't know if I would go so far as to say I feel better, because, I mean, it's always reassuring in the case of Jayden Blue to see him do some of the things that you knew he could do, but he hasn't done them in a while. And and the inside running in particular. But we've seen him do a little bit of that. But he's a different player. I mean, Maffa, I think I saw plenty of that in Oxnard. He did that on a kind of a regular basis when he got a chance in Oxnard. So, I do think they have some depth. I don't know that I feel that much differently about it than I did 3 hours ago, but it's certainly reassuring to see, especially Blue, do that.
Brad, is this the Barham that you had been seeing in Oxnard before you had the groin issue?
Yeah, and I think that we still haven't seen anything. That is the literal tip of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who's going to play like his hair is on fire. He loves violent contact, and he is a smart young man, and they recognize that. I'll tell you, Zach, you talk about feeling better than you did 3 hours ago. With each successive opportunity we get to see the result of the coaching of this defensive staff, I feel better. I mean, I feel better than I did a month ago. I feel better than I did last week. And my same second guess applies, who they do it against. But they're different. They're paying attention. They are doing things. Fair enough, the Cowboys had a lot of not good players on defense last year, but they weren't playing the way these guys are playing, and I feel good about that. And I think, Eric, the really fun thing about Barham is we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah.
I'm now fully stoked to see him get turned loose against the Giants.
Brad Sham with us here in the official Brian Broaddus postgame show on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Attaboy.
The wide receiver room, I mean, we've been talking about that, and they're going to have to decide, how many they want to keep. But again, Mingo, Camden Brown, I think you saw some things that they've been stacking up great weeks. What do you think about the overall depth that they have at wide receiver in those decisions?
Did you hear the talk show question I threw specifically to you guys before halftime?
No.
See, you should listen to the radio. The question I asked Babe, which he refused to answer,
is... come on, Babe.
Because he, Babe has said since last week, Camden Brown's on your team.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that. not just off 3 catches in Seattle. Seen him practice every day. Okay. Mingo's been here 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Last week was the best football I've ever seen him play. Route running, not just catching the ball, route running, blocking, and then not to mention the play on the punt last week. Now we see today. So the talk show question I pose to you, and I pose it, as they say, without prejudice. I am not recommending anything. But you raise a very good point, and that is, what are they going to do? They got too many guys.
Yep.
So would you, and if we agree that Brown is on the team,
Mm-hmm.
which, it's not our decision to make, but we're all in agreement, we'd keep him. So you can trade or cut Mingo, or you can keep Mingo and keep Brown. And what could you get for Kevontae Turpin?
Okay, this is brilliant, because we've actually been. I asked this to Brian.
Okay, I forgot who brought this up earlier about trading Kevontae Turpin. Because if you think about trading Kevontae Turpin, if you'll notice, Jayden Blue is Kevontae Turpin now. Jayden Blue, I've been saying this, they're grooming Jayden Blue to be the bigger, better Kevontae Turpin. I've been saying that. So with Kevontae, with Jayden Blue going to, let's just say Jayden Blue takes Kevontae Turpin's spot. Jayden Blue actually allows you, being gone, Jayden Blue actually allows you to do 5 wide receivers and have Jayden Blue to take Kevontae Turpin's spot. So you already got that done. Yeah, you already have that done. So, man, ooh. Yeah, old school. I don't think the Cowboys would field any offers this year, unless it was trade deadline and there was somebody that they really, really, really wanted. But, man, if I was Pittsburgh, shoot, I'd be beating the Cowboys' door down now. I really would. But again, they talked about the quarterback playing pretty good in the preseason. Guru, you make a point of you would rather have Dax. You said you'd rather have Jalen Hurts' career than Dak's career. Well, the only place I'd say hesitate on that is neither one of their careers is over yet. Neither one of their careers is over yet. I wouldn't say that just yet. They're both still playing. Jalen Hurts is younger than Dak, and he already looks like he's descending. Jalen Hurts is descending. I'm going to be honest with you. I will not be surprised if we wake up 4 years from now, Jalen Hurts no longer playing for the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts backup quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Jalen Hurts can't throw on too high safety. He is struggling so bad on too high safety. The way they are playing these new defenses, man, he is struggling so bad. I will not be surprised in 4 to 5 years, Jalen Hurts is a backup quarterback. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott. Maybe Dak Prescott is another Drew Brees / Peyton Manning / John Elway. Oh, even / Rich Gannon. They didn't get their Super Bowls until the end of their careers. Sometimes guys' careers are better than the beginning of their careers. So Dak Prescott may actually get him 2 in the next 3 years. This team that Dak Prescott is playing on is only going to get better. If Dak Prescott can stay healthy, I believe he's going to get 2. I believe he's going to get 2 before he get out of this game. I'm going to tell you about Jerry Jones. There's something going on with Jerry Jones. And I like this Jerry Jones. I believe Jerry Jones is ticked off right now. Jerry ain't going to say this, but I think Jerry Jones is ticked off right now. I believe Jerry Jones is ticked off because Troy Aikman keeps doing the stuff that he's doing, and like he can run Jerry's team better than Jerry. I think Jerry is ticked off. Now we got Jimmy Johnson out here doing dumb stuff, releasing these things, talking about what he had control of. And, you know, a lot of people don't get this logic. I don't think you'll ever get the truth out of Jimmy Johnson. I don't think you'll ever get the truth out of Jimmy Johnson. Some people believe Jimmy Johnson is telling 100% of the truth. I don't. I don't believe Jimmy Johnson is telling 100% of the truth. Jimmy Johnson wants us to believe that every move the Cowboys made, he made them. Jerry Jones sit in some room, or Jerry Jones was on a press tour doing whatever he was doing, and Jerry just didn't have any say, didn't have any questions, didn't say anything in anything Jimmy did. Anybody who thinks that, no, you're not doing that. I don't care what kind of control you have. You're at least going to run it by. And when you run it by me, because the clause that Jimmy forgot in that contract is, no, you're going to run it by me. If not, I'll fire you. I don't care if you got control because I gave it to you. But Jerry reserved the right to fire Jimmy. Jerry, for hiring Jimmy Johnson alone, means that Jerry played a huge part in that Super Bowl. I don't think people understand something. Do we think that Elon Musk designed the Tesla car? Do we think Elon Musk designed the Tesla truck? Do we really think Elon Musk designed Starlink? Do we really think the CEO of Apple is designing the iPhones? Do we think he's designing the MacBooks? I mean, you can go down the line on the way that I'm telling you of this line of thinking. CEOs hire people to do jobs. And the people who do those jobs, they're paying them. And the expectation is for them to come up with a solution that is going to make us rich. And when those people who come up with the ideas, who make the blueprints, and they make those things, guess what? When they do those things, when I make my presentation to the board, when I make my presentation to the public, do you think I'm saying he did and he did and he did? I'm saying we did. I'm saying we did. This is just simple logic. Jerry was smart enough to hire Jimmy. Enough said for me. I still don't believe that Jimmy was just walking around saying, Jerry, do this, do this, do this. I'm not believing that. I do believe that Jimmy is probably 90% responsible for those teams. I don't believe that Jimmy by himself devised the Herschel Walker trade, even though he'll tell you that. Problem is, you'll never know the truth. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm just telling y'all the truth. This is the very reason why, for as many people who say, Jerry never won nothing else after Jimmy. Can somebody tell me what Jimmy won after Jerry? That's all I'm asking. People can tell me Jerry didn't do nothing after Jimmy, when in reality, Jerry did do something after Jimmy, even though people are not going to give him credit for it. There was a guy talking to me today on X. He says, Jerry did absolutely nothing to build those teams. Absolutely nothing. You know, I could have been a lawyer in another life. I could be a lawyer in another life. Because if you look at the Netflix special, and all of us can verify this, Jimmy was ready to move on from Troy Aikman. And it was Jerry who told Jimmy, Troy Aikman is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Now explain to me again how Jerry did absolutely nothing. Somebody explain that to me. How did Jerry do absolutely nothing when Jerry stopped Jimmy from moving on from Troy Aikman? Now, some of y'all might not remember when I first started this channel. I was listening to 105.3 The Fan one day, and Dave Onestat was on there telling the story. Now, this is how I'm telling you, Jimmy ain't telling the truth. Jimmy is not telling the truth. Now, I could have been a lawyer in my other life. So, let's compare. If Jimmy said, hold on, I'm going somewhere with this. Because I'm telling you, Jerry is ticked off right now. And I like this Jerry. Because I think that Jerry Jones is in a mode to where Jerry wants to prove to the Troy Aikmans of the world, Jerry wants to prove to the Jimmy Johnsons of the world that I can win a Super Bowl again, and not with your team this time, but I can win it with my team. That I'm going to prove to you that I can win without you. Jerry's ticked off. I'm telling y'all right now, Jerry is ticked off. But I want to give you some, this is how I'm telling you. Again, I know what I'm talking about here. I could have been a lawyer in my other life. I'm telling you. I guarantee you I could have been a lawyer because I'm about to destroy Jimmy Johnson's argument. I'm about to absolutely destroy Jimmy Johnson's argument, and I'm going to show you where Jimmy Johnson, as much as I love Jimmy Johnson, because I'm never going to stop giving Jimmy Johnson credit for what he did for the Dallas Cowboys. I'll never stop giving him credit. Jimmy's an egomaniac, but he was an absolute beast when it came to building the Dallas Cowboys. I'll never take that away from Jimmy. But what I am going to call Jimmy on is a lie. Because Jimmy is lying. And I'm going to prove something to you. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you how Jimmy's a liar, and people get mad when you prove this stuff. Jimmy's a liar. Y'all remember this? I'm going to show you where Jimmy's a liar. So Jimmy posted this. Jimmy said, Johnson shall have the right of prior approval with respect to the acquisition, releasing, and trading of all football players of the Dallas Cowboys. Johnson should have complete control of all the assistant coaches, players, trainers, and equipment men during training, practice, preparation for, and the actual playing of the games, notwithstanding the foregoing, neither the assistant coach or players. So I'm going to give you the only exhibit I need to prove that Jimmy Johnson is a bold-faced lie. Do y'all remember the point in the Netflix special? When Steve Berline, I think that's that quarterback's name, when Steve Berline took over for Troy Aikman, and Jimmy Johnson was ready to move on from Troy Aikman and let Steve Berline continue to be the quarterback, fact, not conjecture. Steve Berline verified it, Jimmy Johnson verified it, and Jerry Jones verified it. Am I lying? Jerry Jones told Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. I rest my case. Bold-faced lie. If you had total control of the team, Jimmy Johnson, why didn't you move on with Why didn't you move on with Steve Berline? Bold-faced lie. Am I lying? Right there in the Netflix special, Jimmy Johnson is a bold-faced lie. Bold-faced lie. And if you tell me that Jerry didn't have anything to do with building the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to tell you again, you're a bold-faced lie. Because the mere fact that Jimmy told you that you couldn't change over from Steve Berline to Troy Aikman, from Troy Aikman to Steve Berline. So last time I checked, wouldn't that be a part of building the team? Bold-faced lie. And everybody, because they hate Jerry for the last 30 years, they're running with what Jimmy said. But Jimmy knows he's a bold-faced lie. Jimmy is all in his feelings for whatever reason, I don't know. When Jimmy was confronted with this on the Netflix special, do y'all remember what Jimmy said? Oh, I just wanted to win. Really? Dave Onstadt was on 105.3 The Fan. Dave Onstadt also told the story. And I'm going to try to find this story so I can let y'all hear it again. Dave Onstadt said, this is when Jimmy knew that and I can't remember how he said it, but I'm going to paraphrase because I think this is what he was kind of saying. This is when Jimmy knew that he didn't have control of the team. Say it again, Dave Onstadt. Say it again, Dave Onstadt. Dave Onstadt said, this is when Jimmy didn't know he had control of the team. Jimmy, contrary to what people understand, Jimmy wasn't a Troy Aikman fan. And Mike Fisher has even told this story. Jimmy didn't like Troy Aikman. Jimmy didn't like Troy Aikman, and Troy Aikman didn't like Jimmy. I don't know how much of either one, but Jimmy wasn't the Netflix special told us there was history between Jimmy and Troy because Jimmy didn't even want Troy in college. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Jimmy they was talking about. But regardless, Jimmy told Troy Aikman, you can't play quarterback for me and throw interceptions. Troy Aikman that came off of a multiple interception game. And Jimmy told Troy, you cannot play quarterback for me throwing interceptions. Dave Onstadt said, Jerry Jones, in some form or fashion, heard what Troy Aikman said and went out, put chairs out in somewhere in some auditorium, and got up there after Jimmy told Troy Aikman that. And Jerry got up there and did nothing but defend. Got up there and did nothing but defend Troy Aikman and told everybody, Troy Aikman's my quarterback. And Dave Onstadt said at that moment, Jimmy knew he wasn't in control. Bold-faced lie. Bold-faced lie. All I'm saying is this. Jimmy and Jerry needed each other. Jimmy and Jerry needed each other. I promise y'all, there is no way that Jimmy Johnson comes into the NFL and wins a Super Bowl in his first 4 years if he is not the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Name me a team that would have been willing to give Jimmy Johnson full control. Name me the team that would have been willing to give Jimmy Johnson full control of their team, making all of the decisions. Name me the team. Name me the team. Jimmy needed Jerry as much as Jerry needed Jimmy. Jimmy and Jerry were the perfect storm. They were the perfect storm. Jimmy and Jerry came in this league together, and they took this league by storm. Both of them. Jimmy with his swag, with his culture, with his hard coaching, with his demand, his demand for excellence and winning. Jimmy put together a pretty good squad, but it didn't turn until that Herschel Walker trade. And I believe both of them were responsible in some form or another. They were both responsible for that Herschel Walker trade. Because at the end of the day, Jimmy can tell me anything he wants to, but if Jerry don't sign off on it, it ain't getting done. If Jerry don't sign off on it, it ain't getting done. Jimmy and Jerry were the perfect storm. They were. And it's so insane to me that it's about who did what and who did the most. Man, let me tell you something. We have to learn how to appreciate everybody who goes into doing something. I don't care if somebody did only 1%, it's we. As long as Jerry is signing the checks, it's we. Every single time. Now, Anthony Robinson, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Because everything I just said is 100% corroborated. It's all fact. Nothing I told you is a lie. The Netflix special will back up everything I said about the quarterback situation. Jimmy was ready to move on from Troy Aikman, and Jerry told him, no, you're not. Now, maybe you didn't watch the Netflix special. So if you don't know, if you didn't watch the Netflix special, don't ask me why am I lying. Go do the research because I've already done it. And any of us who watched that Netflix special already know I'm telling the truth. I'm not making this up. I'm telling the truth. If Jimmy had total control of the team, why was he told he couldn't move on from Troy Aikman? Because anybody knows Troy Aikman was a turnover machine until Norv Turner came to town. Norv Turner was brought in to fix Troy Aikman. Tell me I'm lying. Norv Turner. Norv Turner was brought in to fix Troy Aikman. That is fact, not conjecture. Dave Onstad verified it. It was verified on the Netflix special. Jimmy was not allowed to move on from Troy Aikman, but he's in total control. Okay. Yeah, he's in total control. But he wasn't allowed to move on from Troy Aikman. Jimmy built the team. I'm not doubting Jimmy built the team. But what I am doubting is that Jimmy, as what he's saying, oh, I built it all by myself. Nobody builds something by themselves. Everybody is playing a part in some form or another. I don't care if they do 1%, 2%, 5%. That means we. We. I have no clue what's going on with Jimmy Johnson. But I can tell you this. Jerry is ticked off. And he ain't going to tell nobody he ticked off because this is just Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is ticked off. Jerry Jones is on a mission. Jerry Jones is going to prove to Troy Aikman, I don't need you. Jerry's going to prove to Troy Aikman, I don't need you. I can win without you being in the front office. I can win a Super Bowl without you being in the front office, Troy. Meanwhile, let's see how you fare in Miami. I'm going to tell you this. I think it's a better chance. Tell me I'm wrong. I bet you there's a better chance of the Cowboys winning a Super Bowl than the Miami Dolphins winning one. How much you bet? Anthony Robinson, we already know Jerry and Jimmy went to school together. They were friends. We all know this. This is why Jerry was so upset with Jimmy, because Jerry feels like Jimmy betrayed him. Talked about it in the Netflix special. Jerry felt like Jimmy betrayed him. But I bet you this, I guarantee you the Cowboys will get one before the Miami Dolphins do. I guarantee you they will. They will get one before Miami. But all this talk, I'm telling you, this is the kind of stuff that ticked off Jerry in the past about Jimmy. And this is the stuff that I guarantee you that is going to continue to have Jerry ticked off about Jimmy. Anthony Robinson, exactly. Then Jerry was right. Exactly. Jerry was right. And all I'm saying is, I love Jimmy. But Jimmy should stop trying to, why are you doing these things to where, in the grand scheme of things, it don't even really matter? You and Jerry Jones did something incredible. You and Jerry Jones did something incredible. Why not leave it at that? I don't understand. Why can't he leave it at that? They did something incredible. And it wasn't just Jerry and Jimmy. It was those assistant coaches. It was so many people involved in this thing with the Cowboys. Why can't it just be we? Why does it got to be who did the most? And that's why I say I would blow this statement out of the water. And this is why I'm telling you. I guarantee you this is why Jerry is ticked off. Because Jerry knows that Jimmy is lying. That when the push came to shove, let me show you again. I could have been a lawyer in my other life. There is one person here that Jimmy didn't have control of. And that's what blows up this entire contract. The one person he didn't have control of was Jerry Jones. Jimmy didn't have control of Jerry Jones. Because Jerry Jones could fire him anytime he wanted to. Could fire him, could let him go. Jerry was still ultimately in control. That's the one clause that is not in that contract. And that's the clause Jimmy didn't anticipate. Jimmy didn't anticipate that part. But nevertheless, Jerry is ticked right now. He ain't going to say anything. Matter of fact, I think I read an article the other day that they said that the Cowboys don't like, it's coming out of Cowboys. They don't like this whole little situation right here. But there's nothing Jerry can do about it. And there's no point. There's no point in Jerry arguing about it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't fix anything to argue with Jimmy Johnson. Jerry just needs to keep doing exactly what he's doing. Keep doing what you're doing. The best revenge is always success. Yeah. The best revenge is success. Don't argue with men. Just be successful. Do what you're supposed to do. Stay in your purpose and do it. I'm telling y'all, Jerry Jones is in. I'm going to prove to these people that I can do this without him. I'm going to prove it. Anthony, I believe they're homeboys. My problem is, but why is Jimmy doing this? Oh, I can get with their homeboys, but why is he doing this? Because I don't know about you, Jimmy, but I don't know about you, Anthony, but with friends like that, who needs enemies? If me and you bury the hatchet, me and you friends, and I'm watching what you're doing, then I'm going to be telling everybody I can, hey, man, Jerry's doing a great job. Jerry has learned some things. Jerry has grown. Jerry is doing a lot of great things. That's all I'm telling people if me and you friends. But if me and you friends, man, I'm not going to stay on this same energy of, yeah, man, yeah, me and you, I did this and I did that. Miss Matrix said, yeah, I'm sorry I have to ask, but what is your love affair with Jerry? None. But right is right. Right is right. Jerry, and how many times have I said this? Jerry's done a lot of things wrong. How many times have I said this? What I'm talking about is objectivity. Jerry has done a lot of things wrong. Absolutely. Jerry Jones has been the reason. How many times have I said this? Jerry Jones is the reason that the Cowboys have not succeeded. I've said this over and over and over. Jerry has never had a talent problem. Jerry has had a team problem. Jerry has never been able to put together teams. How many times have I said this? The one thing that Jerry discounted about Jimmy Johnson, Jerry thought Jimmy was only about talent acquisition. That's the part that Jerry missed. And that's the part that Jerry is playing smarter this time. Jerry thought Jimmy just acquired talent. He didn't realize that Jimmy instilled a mentality in his teams that goes all the way back to when Jimmy was in college. Jimmy instilled a mentality in those guys, Michael Irvin. Jimmy Johnson told him, swag, brag all you want to, wear the clothes you want to, be as flamboyant as you want to, because we're going to beat the brakes off everybody we play. You do what you want to do. That was Jimmy Johnson. What Jerry discounted about Jimmy was the mentality. And that's why you saw Jimmy. He focused on talent. Jerry has always had talent in here. Jerry has always had talent. Jerry even talented himself to a Super Bowl. The Cowboys were on the brink of destruction in 1994. They were literally falling apart. They were reeling after Jerry let go of Jimmy. What did Jerry do? Bought in Barry Switzer. I've always said this. Barry Switzer was the beginning of the country club. Barry Switzer bought all that country club mess in here. Him and Jerry. Jerry helped him. They brought all this country club mess in here. All the easy going, all the pampering. Y'all remember? Hey, Barry Switzer, hey man, y'all ain't practicing well today. Let's go and have a pool party or go here, or go home, or whatever the case may be. Barry was a deer trying to lead wolves. What did Jerry do? He went and got Deion Sanders. Jerry went and got Deion Sanders. And Jerry, with the team that Jimmy built, talented his way to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1995. Now, hindsight is 2020. If you go back to that year, the Cowboys, even with Deion Sanders, were not as dominant as they were in 1992. And they should have been more dominant, but they were not. They were not coached well, but they were more talented. Once they put Deion in there, it teetered. But after 1995, it fell apart. Everything fell apart after 1995. And then we went on this long losing streak as far as Super Bowls go that we're still on now. I've never said Jerry is 100% right. Never said it. Never have I said Jerry is 50%. No, I've never said that. I'm using objectivity. Jimmy don't want to admit it. But Jimmy was wrong too. Jimmy was wrong too. Jimmy cannot blame Jerry only for breaking up the band. Jimmy broke up the band too. Jimmy's ego was enormous. It was absolutely enormous. Now, anybody who saw this, they can see all this stuff. Jimmy was enormous. You said I may be a little bit biased, but I've been watching Jerry all these years and his actions, what I've been seeing. He didn't make it right for nearly 30 years or win a Super Bowl. So, Miss Matrix, so here's my issue. I'm going to ask you again. Can you tell me what Jimmy's done in 30 years? Everybody keeps saying what Jerry hasn't done in 30 years. Can anybody tell me what Jimmy has done in 30 years? What has Jimmy done? Somebody tell me. What has Jimmy done? Jimmy tried to take that same ego to Miami, and it didn't work. It didn't work. For as many times as people say, yeah, man, Jerry ain't won it in 30 years. Okay, again, if Jimmy built the Cowboys, well, why didn't he build another Cowboys? Why didn't he? No, it's amazing. Nobody has the answer. Guru, I got news for you. Jimmy wasn't an owner when he won with the Cowboys. Was he an owner when he won with the Cowboys, Guru? Jimmy was not an owner when he won with the Cowboys. Jimmy was the coach of the Cowboys. He wasn't the owner of the Cowboys. So I ask you the question again. Why didn't he do it again? Let me ask you a question. I can go even deeper. I'm telling you, I could have been a lawyer in my other life. So wait a minute. Somebody help me out. Jerry gave Jimmy this contract. Jerry gave Jimmy this contract that we're looking at on the screen. Jerry gave Jimmy that contract, and Jimmy hadn't won squat in the NFL. He hasn't won squat. And Guru, I'm sorry, but you cannot compare a college championship to the Super Bowl. You cannot, you cannot. You cannot. There have been so many coaches. Nick Saban has had 10 times more success than Jimmy Johnson in college. Nick Saban did the same thing. Nick Saban came to the pros and said, "Uncle, I'm out of here," and he ran. You cannot compare the pros to college. Again, if Jerry gave Jimmy that contract we're looking at on the screen, and Jimmy hadn't won squat, watch this part. Riddle me this. Jimmy wins 2 Super Bowls with the Cowboys back to back. And I'll even credit Jimmy for a huge part of the 3rd Super Bowl. So if you want to, you can say Jimmy won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Riddle me this. Why didn't another team come and give Jimmy that same contract? Why didn't they? Why didn't another team come give Jimmy that same contract? Nobody would have gave it to him. When he first came into the nobody would have gave it to him. But how does he win 3 Super Bowls? We'll give him credit for the 3rd one. He wins 3 Super Bowls. Can somebody tell me why nobody gave him that contract again? Why didn't they? Because wouldn't we believe he earned that contract? Because he didn't earn that one. Jerry gave him that one because they were buddies. But wouldn't you say he earned a contract like this after he won them Super Bowls? I'm going to ask you again. Why didn't he do it again? If I built something from scratch, can I build it again? Why can't I build it again? Didn't I build it the first time? I am telling you, I can prove to you every single time. Jimmy is being disingenuous. Him and Jerry were the perfect storm. Guru, do you realize Nick Saban isn't the only one whose success hasn't translated to the NFL? You're missing something, Guru. Jimmy could not have been as successful as he was without Jerry Jones. I'm saying it because it's true. Jerry could not. Nah, Guru. You can't have it both ways. That's the whole point I'm making to you. You said Ross was a terrible owner. Tell me what Jerry is then. Tell me what Jerry is then. Because that's the point I'm making. Jimmy couldn't do what he did because nobody would give him what Jerry gave him. Stop it. Everybody wants to talk Jerry out of this thing. You can't talk Jerry out of this. You can't separate Jerry from this. You can't. And that's why Jimmy, for as much as people say, what has Jerry done in 30 years? Tell me what Jimmy done in 30 years. But go over there, sit at Fox, Fat Cat, and give Hawley no kind of nothing. No analysts. Just sitting over there giving his opinion with perfectly sculptured hair and nice suits. Man, Jimmy wasn't doing nothing at Fox. Absolutely nothing. Jimmy has done nothing. Just like Jerry. And this is all I'm telling us from an objective standpoint. They needed each other. That's all I'm telling us. And this little thing we have on the screen, I'm going to go back to the immortal words of Barry Switzer. How did y'all two F this up? Barry said, how did y'all F this up? It wasn't just Jerry. It wasn't just Jerry. Guru, the last 30 years has also proved that Jimmy is the problem too. The last 30 years have proven that Jimmy is the problem too. Just because Jimmy hasn't been running a team don't mean that Jimmy hasn't been the problem too. Jimmy is a part of this problem. Because the way Jimmy did Jerry, as I told y'all yesterday, Jerry said, I'll never give another coach this kind of control again. To his own detriment. Happens all the time in relationships. You get screwed over by one person and everybody else after that, they're going to have hell. I know we don't like this part. But when somebody screws somebody over royally, you better believe the next person going to have hell. Because they ain't let nobody else screw them over like that again. And if you listen to Jerry in the eyes of Jerry, Jerry felt like that Jimmy gave him the ultimate betrayal because Jerry felt like Jimmy was flirting with the Jacksonville Jaguars and all these different types of things. Man, Jerry was absolutely ticked off. He was ticked off at Jimmy because Jerry is one of these old school cats, believes in friendship, loyalty, and all that stuff. Man, Jerry was so ticked off at Jimmy, it's not even funny. Jimmy could have came a long time ago. As much as Jerry could have got it right with Jimmy, why couldn't Jimmy come get it right with Jerry too? All I'm telling you is from an objective standpoint. Both of these knuckleheads are in fault. That's all I'm telling you. Both of these knucklehead narcissists ruined the dynasty. Both of them ruined the dynasty. The 90s Cowboys were better than anything we ever saw from the New England Patriots. But it was ruined by two, keep in mind, two homeboys. Two homeboys, and both of them narcissists. Ruined a dynasty. Absolutely ruined it. But I like this Jerry. I'm saying all this to say, I like this Jerry. This Jerry is on a mission. And you can tell this Jerry is on a mission. Jerry wants to prove. Jerry wants to prove. He wants to prove to Troy, I don't need you in my front office. He wants to prove to Jimmy, I got this one without you. And I got it without this ridiculous contract right here. Brian Schottenheimer has earned Jerry Jones' trust. And Brian Schottenheimer has learned a few things. That's why every time you hear Brian Schottenheimer, no matter what it is they do, have you realized? All Brian Schottenheimer says is, we did it. It don't matter how small, it don't matter how great. We did it. I'm going to tell you something about me. Me and my wife. Y'all might have saw my wife once on this channel, and she came in to straighten up some pillows. You might have saw my wife twice. She's been in the chat once. I think she laughed one time in the chat. In the grand scheme of things, my wife doesn't do anything. I started this channel. I bought this equipment. All of these things. I put all of this stuff together. I did all the painting. Nobody helped me paint. Everything that you see, all of this is me. But when I talk to my wife, and we talk about money, how much money I made, or this or that, when I talk about this channel, I say we. She don't write I don't use a script, but my wife don't write a script. She don't turn on a light. She don't do nothing. But when I talk, I say we. Because we're a team. It don't matter how much I'm putting in. It don't matter how much she's putting in. And she don't have to put in nothing in the grand scheme of things. As long as she takes care of me off camera, I consider that I consider that as we. And that's how you build teams. No team goes out there. Nobody's concerned about who did what. Only thing we're concerned about is what have we achieved? Just got to stay focused on what you achieved. And this is why I love what this new team is doing. They're not, Shotty has already destroyed this stuff. Shotty, every time he does them, we. Yeah, we did this. That's it. Miss Major said, I thought they made up before the Lions game. And remember, Jerry brought him on as a consultant a couple of years ago. Why the sudden change? Is this another publicity stunt? Mixed Matrix? I'll be honest with you, Miss Matrix. Jimmy Johnson and Troy Aikman both are doing stuff that I'm just flabbergasted by. I'll be honest with you. I'm flabbergasted by what Troy Aikman and Jimmy Johnson are doing. Of all the times to do this, Miss Matrix, why now? Why do it now while Jerry is doing so many things right? Why now? I mean, if you'd have did this even 3 or 4 years ago, everybody would be like, oh, I'm with you, Jimmy. But this stuff right here, Miss Matrix, I'm dumbfounded. I don't understand it. But I can tell you this. I like this. I like this Jerry. Oh, I like this Jerry right here. This Jerry right here, he seems like to me, he's trying to prove something. He wants to prove that he can win without those two guys. And I'm loving every minute of it. I'm loving every minute of this. I'm loving every minute of this. Do y'all remember when I first started this channel? And the Cowboys were absolutely trash. And the Philadelphia Eagles were running through. every team that season, and y'all remember what I was saying? Ooh, I hope the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. Y'all remember when I kept saying that? Oh, I hope they win the Super Bowl. Because maybe this is what will help wake up Jerry Jones. Maybe this will wake up Jerry Jones. If the Philadelphia Eagles win another Super Bowl, with Jalen Hurts, win another Super Bowl, put all these players around Jalen Hurts, maybe it'll wake Jerry Jones up. Man, sometimes it just takes certain things to motivate people. It's hard to motivate people sometimes in success. Sometimes they need failure. And so I'm loving this Jerry Jones. I need this Jerry Jones right here to keep doing what he's doing. Keep doing what he's doing. I done told y'all already, man. Shoot. Man, they keep talking about Jerry Jones, man. Jerry Jones going to go and get 4 or 5 players on this team. Keep on playing. Shoot, Jerry Jones will bring in Sweat, Hightower, Jordan Brooks, and Max Crosby. Keep playing with Jerry Jones. Keep playing with Jerry Jones, man. Keep playing with Jerry Jones. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have a problem if it was me. I mean, if Jerry is saying stuff like, yeah, like when I made that Herschel Walker trade, I've heard Jerry do both of these, man. Jerry's done when we made the Herschel Walker trade, when I made the Herschel Walker trade, I've heard Jerry say all kinds of things. Man, I wouldn't be worried about that. How many people out there really in their minds think that Jerry Jones did something by himself as far as this team goes? No, we all know that Jimmy and Jerry did it. And as far as building the team, all of us know that it was probably 90% Jimmy Johnson. Heck, it could be 99% Jimmy Johnson. Most of us know that he did the most part as far as the player and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, to just try to say the man didn't do nothing, it's crazy. And I'm like you, Mixed Majors, why now? Of all the times, now? I don't even understand it. And I'm like you. I put you in the ring of honor. Now you're going to start clowning again? Oh, my gosh. It's crazy stuff. Mikey said, but for real, G, Jerry should have woke up when he had 3 back-to-back bouncers in his division back in the day. You know what, though? But you got to think about it, Mikey. Some of these teams, Jerry feels like that they should have won. And I think all of us could agree. 2007, Cowboys #1 seed. Let the Giants come in Dallas and beat them. 2014, it was the catch with Dez Bryant. A lot of us believe the referees cheated the Dallas Cowboys out of a Super Bowl. 2016, Dallas Cowboys came back, tied the game up 31-31. Defense couldn't get one stop. Couldn't get the ball back. Or either take it in overtime and maybe beat the Green Bay Packers, because a lot of people believe in 2016 they would have went to the next round. It would have been the Seattle Seahawks, and the Cowboys really kind of dusted them in the preseason. So the Cowboys felt like they were going to beat the Seattle Seahawks again and go to the Super Bowl. So there's been about 3 of these teams that Jerry has put together. There's actually been about 3 of these teams that Jerry has put together that I think a lot of us believe that those teams probably could have won the Super Bowl. I think there's about 3 of those teams. But now, we're kind of in this mode where, Mikey, I think Jerry figured out something that he didn't figure out before. Schottenheimer is really the first coach that came in here that didn't just talk about culture, but he implemented a culture. And I'll even say this, and he's the first coach that I can think of since Jimmy that not only did he come in talking about a culture, not only did he come in and implement a culture, but Jerry let him implement it. So I like this Jerry Jones. I do. He seems to be on a mission. And he's listening. He has no qualms now about saying, no, I'm listening to the guys around me. I'm not making decisions by myself. Do y'all realize Jerry's been telling us this? Yeah, I'm not making these decisions by myself. Miss Major said, I want Jerry to be right, G. I want another Super Bowl win. I think he's going to get 2. Will it really count, though? After 30-plus years, does it hit the same as far as this situation goes? Miss Matrix, I'm going to be the first person that makes this argument. If Jerry gets a Super Bowl, let's say that Jerry wins a Super Bowl this year and next year, or next year, however we put it. Let's say Jerry gets 1 Super Bowl. I still say, if Dak Prescott and this current team wins a Super Bowl, I will say that a Super Bowl now, I believe it would be even more prestigious than the ones they got with Jimmy. Why do I say this? Jimmy played in an era of when Jerry had first bought the Cowboys. And Jerry knew that he had to win to make the change in the NFL that he wanted to make. Number 2, everybody does realize that Jimmy coached in a non-salary cap era. Jimmy coached in a non-salary cap era. There was no salary cap. You could literally get all the players that you wanted to. You could pay players what you wanted. He benefited from a Herschel Walker trade that garnered him 18 players. I think somewhere around 18, and some even say more. Cowboys ate off that Herschel Walker trade. They ate off that Herschel Walker trade. They got great overnight. Jerry went and got Charles Haley. The 92 Cowboys were a super team. We got a good team right now. It don't compare to that 92 team. It don't compare to that 92 team. A Super Bowl now would be even more incredible than what they did then. Shotty ain't got the kind of control that Jimmy had. They don't have all of these superstar. Now we got a lot of good, great players, some elite players. Not quite like that 92 team. We'd be doing this in a salary cap era. We would be doing this in a stingy Jerry Jones era, even though Jerry seemed like he's turning a new leaf. I say Dak Prescott's level of difficulty might be more than what the 90s Cowboys face, because if we win a Super Bowl this year, y'all do realize we're going to do it like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Rams, did it. Our defense, I believe, will be good this year, but it won't be the number 1 overall defense. It will not. I don't think it's going to be the number 1 overall. Jimmy had the number 1 overall defense. The number 1 overall defense in 1992. Top 2-3 defense in 1993. The Cowboys are going to have to do it with a defense that's probably going to be somewhere around 10 to 16. I think the level of difficulty would be way more than what Jimmy did. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, boy, Jerry win the Super Bowl now. Shoot, boy. Jerry, whenever Jerry passes away, he going to pass away with a smile on his face. He going to pass away with a smile on his face. Guru said, as much as I like how Shotty has changed the culture, he still has to make the right calls at the time to get over the hump. Yeah, I agree. But I'll tell you this, man, I like this Jerry Jones because Jerry's going to give him every opportunity to do it. But again, I like this Jerry. Jerry Jones is in this mode of he wants to win the Super Bowl. And I think he's going to win it. I truly believe, I think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. I think they're going to have a great opportunity to do it this year. all you need is a few things to go your way. We've already put together a great squad. The defense, I think it's already put together. As far as they got the system down. So now we just got to see how our starters playing and just keep tweaking the team. They'll tweak it they'll tweak it at the trade deadline. Ronan, you know what? We went back and looked at those 90s Cowboys, man. I can't remember. I have to go back and look. I did a sheet on it. Ronan the Voice. Bro. Man, I'm sorry. When you go back and look at the Cowboys competition in 1992 and I think 1993, Ronan, man, you might be surprised, man. You might be surprised. I went back, matter of fact, I can't even remember when I did it. I went back, matter of fact, Ronan, and we did a deep dive on this one night. Ronan, when you go back and look at those teams, bro, Ronan, their records were trash. I'm telling you, bro, I'm not taking anything away from the 92 Cowboys. But when you go back and you start looking at the competition, Ronan, oh my gosh, bro. I don't think we were paying attention back then. When you go back and look at, I think I still have it. If we want to look at it real quick. Let's see. I don't know if I can even find it. But Ronan, if you go back and look, man, oh no. You talk about the competition they had, Ronan. Excuse me. No, you might change your mind, man, if you you might change your mind if you look at the competition the Cowboys played against. Yeah, you might change your mind, man. I can't remember what I called that particular one I did. I can't remember the particular because I got so much stuff in here. But yeah, I went back and did one of those, man, and showed the Cowboys competition in 92 and 93. Shoot, Ronan, I'm telling you, bro. Boy, you go back and look at what I showed you. I mean, if I could find it. Man, boy, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked at the Cowboys' actual competition, bro. It wasn't there. It really, and I'm not saying this just because the Cowboys are so dominant. They were dominant too. But when you go back and start looking at those teams and you go back and start looking at their records and stuff, no, you might, man, you might look at you might look at them teams a little bit different, bro. When you go back and start looking at the records of them teams and looking at them schedules they played, oh man. Ooh-wee. I don't even think they played 3 winning teams. I'll have to show that to you. I'll have to find that and show it to you one day on one of these lives again. I was trying to see if I could pull it up real quick, but I just got so many things here. I don't have it. I got so many different presentations here, and they're all mixed. They're all mixed, man, but I'm telling you, boy, oh, man, if I show you what I found, man, you might change your whole thought process on them 19. Well, you might change your whole thought process on them 1992 and 93 teams. Now, we did play some good teams in the playoffs. Yeah, Mike, we did play some good teams in the playoffs. But I'm talking about them regular season, boy. Oh, man, you go back and look at them. You go back and look at that regular season. Shoot. Well, like I said, Mikey, I'm telling you, I think I might change I might change all y'all mind, boy. Shoot. Man, boy, we were trash, boy. I mean, them teams were trash back then. We were trash back then. I'm serious. The division and everything, they were trash. And the Cowboys team was so good. Shoot, they was running through them teams. Yeah. So, but we're gonna see, man. I'm very excited about the Cowboys. I'm very excited about the Cowboys. I like this Jerry Jones. I think Jerry Jones is a little bit perturbed. I do. I think Jerry's a little bit perturbed. And I actually think it's good that Jerry Jones is perturbed. I do. So let me show you. Hold on a second. Matter of fact, here it is right here. Let me see here. This is something that I'd put together a few weeks. I mean, I can't even remember when I put this together, but we looked at it one time on here. I don't know if y'all remember. And this is why I say, Miss Matrix, it will be impressive if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. Because when you think about the competition the Cowboys have right now, and they win, oh gosh. I mean, it could be argued that this is a tougher time than what the Cowboys had in 92. This is what I put together. I can't remember. I got to think here for a second. Okay, what I did is I took the records. I took the records of the teams that we played in 1992, Mikey. I took the teams that we played in 1992, and what I did is I went back and looked at how many of these teams actually had winning records. And when you go back and look at this, we didn't play a lot of teams with winning records in 1992. Redskins 9-7, the Giants were 6-10, Arizona was 4-12, Philly was 11-5. We played the Seahawks 2-14, Chiefs were 10-6, Raiders were 7-9. We played the Lions, who were 5-11, Rams were 6-10, Cardinals were 4-12, Broncos were 8-8, Falcons were 6-10. We played only 4 winning teams. We played 4 winning teams. I'm pretty sure that there were some similar years like this in the past for the Cowboys in this era. But we only played 4 winning teams in 1992. That was it. We were better than all these teams. We played 4 winning teams. That was it. That's why I say if they win a Super Bowl now, oh my gosh, it's way more impressive. It's way more impressive. They only played 4 winning teams. They went to the playoffs. Let's see, they were the number 1 seed. They beat the Eagles. And they beat the 49ers. And now the 49ers had a 14-2 record. We wound up beating the 49ers. Went to the Super Bowl and beat an 11-5 team. We were 13-3 that year. We were head and shoulders above the Bills. Knocked out Jim Kelly in the first quarter, I believe. We knocked him out in the first quarter. We were better than everybody out there. I mean, the 49ers were the only team that had a better record than us, I believe. I can't remember what we were in 1992, but I thought we were 13-3. Then we went to 1993. Washington Redskins, they were trash. The Buffalo Bills, we lost to them, but they were 12-4. Phoenix, they were 7-9. Green Bay was 9-7. Indy was 4-12. 49ers were 10-6. Philly was 8-8. New York Giants were 11-5. Atlanta was 6-10. Miami was 9-7. Minnesota was 9-7. New York Jets was 8-8. Now the 93 season was more impressive because you played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you played 6 teams with winning records. 2 teams were 8-8. It was a little bit more impressive in 1993. But 1992, it was the reason why you ran through everybody. Because they were not that good to begin with. But this particular 1993 year, it was a better season as far as playing the teams. So yeah, you had 10 teams, 6 teams with winning records, 2 teams with 8-8 records. Playoffs, we beat Green Bay 27-14. We beat the 49ers 38-21, and then we won the Super Bowl 20-13. And then in the 1995 season, it was 5-11 Giants, 8-8 Denver, 8-8 Mini. Arizona was 4-12. Washington was 6-10. Green Bay was 11-5. San Diego 9-7. Atlanta 9-7. So you had Philly 10-6, 49ers 11-5, Oakland 8-8, KC 13-3. 6 teams with winning records, 3 teams with 8-8 records. So 93 and 95, those were some impressive. I would say those were some impressive. Those were some actual impressive runs right there. But again, keep in mind, no salary cap. Yeah, no salary cap. And in 1995, we added Deion Sanders. So no salary cap. So I still say, man, if you can win the Super Bowl, salary cap era, ooh, man. I think that's saying something. Salary cap era, not being able to have quite that kind of talent, shoot, I think it's saying something. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't think even people, I'll be honest with you, Miss Matrix, probably in the grand scheme of things, a lot of people won't even be comparing nothing like that. A lot of people will probably be so happy the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. I mean, shoot, they probably won't even think about them 30 years no more. I mean, you think about it, you only win. All you got to do is win one. The drought is over. I mean, you win one Super Bowl, the drought is over. The drought is over. It is. The drought is over. You know what, Lil D Texas? I think there's a couple of differences in then and today. I think then the league was rougher. But I do think the scary thing about today is, Lil D Texas, is that the league is faster. And that's scary. The league is faster. And because the league is faster, some of the collisions are worse. Some of them are. It ain't even about guys taking your heads off today. It's just the fact that people are running at each other so fast. Man, the players today are so much faster. I mean, Deion Sanders was an anomaly back then. And, there was some fast running backs and things of that nature. But, man, we got linebackers we got linebackers today running like running backs, running 4.4s and 4.5s and crazy stuff like, man, we got defensive linemen that can run, man. Man, and think about it. A lot of those guys played on grass. Today, man, they playing on concrete, man. These men playing on concrete today. They're falling on concrete. Some of them did too back then, but man, just the guys are so much faster today. And even some cases, it all depends on the position. Some of them are bigger, definitely stronger because of the emphasis on weights and stuff. But man, it's scary in the league today too. It's scary because you think about that hit Camden Brown took. Sheesh. You actually see quite a bit of those because the game is just so much faster today in the way that they play it, and the players how much faster some of them are. So, but we got some of these players, man. They could transcend any of these eras and still play. Yeah, that turf is turning it into a track meet, Lil D Texas. Yeah, that turf is turning it into a track meet. Guru, you said Ray Lewis would be a coverage liability. You said he'd be a liability today? Man. But again, man, y'all think about it. Man, we win one Super Bowl. Man, we ain't never got to hear nothing else about no 30-year drought, man. We ain't got to hear nothing about no 30-year drought again. You go right back to a reset. But I think we're going to do it, man. But again, man, I think we got a lot of answers tonight, guys. Joe Milton, quarterback 2. I think Joe Mingo and Camden Brown makes the 53-man roster. Jashaun Barham is going to be playing this year. Shavon Revel Jr. will be playing this year. The running back room, I believe it's going to be Javonte Williams. It's going to be Javonte Williams, Malik Davis, Jayden Blue. I think we're going to lose a couple of players that I think is going to hurt some people's feelings. I think we're going to lose Maurice Leofow. I do. And I think that's going to hurt some people's feelings. And I don't know. I think there's going to be a couple other players. I mean, Sam Williams could be a casualty. And I don't know if that's going to hurt anybody's feelings, but I think Sam Williams may be a casualty. Kalen Carson, casualty. We're gonna probably lose some people, man, that we probably want to be. You know, a lot of us think should be here. I wouldn't be surprised if Cowboys lose Justin Barron. I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're about to lose some serious players, man. I do. Because you can't keep them all. Yeah, Guru, I think Marquise Bell is done. You can't keep them all, man. I really do think with the way this game is today, I really do think the league should go up to 60 players, but they're cheap. You know, the NFL, they're cheap from this perspective. They don't want to go up to 60 players because they know that that's going to be more players to get bigger salaries. Not all of them will get bigger salaries, but you know that there'll be people who will say, okay, I can have more players making bigger salaries. But with the way this game is today, man, I really do think they need 60 people. I don't care nothing about no practice squad. I think you need 60 active players so you can cover your team a lot more adequately. I think that's something these players should be fighting for in the CBA. Man, we need about 7 more players so we can have a couple more linebackers, maybe one extra running back, keep a third quarterback on the team, and just a couple other things, man. A couple other things. So that's kind of what I think where we are tonight. This coming week, I think our next preseason game, dress rehearsal. Dress rehearsal. Guys will be auditioning for other teams. Gonna be a dress rehearsal. Then I think we're gonna have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be there'll be a little bit of a break, and then September 13th. Yep, September 13th, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I'm with you, Anthony Robinson, and 6 more. What's the problem? Yeah, I'm with you. Just 6 more, but again, they cheap. What up, 409 Chew? Yeah, they cheap. That's what it is. All right, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Cowboys After Dark. I didn't plan on being on this long tonight, but hey, it is what it is. I'm gonna have to do like we used to do back in the club back in the day, Miss Matrix. I think I'm gonna have to do like I'm back to the club days, Miss Matrix, on Ace in church. Staying up till about 6 o'clock, then I'll have to get up and preach in about 2 hours. Or at least be on my way to preaching in about 2 hours. Oh, man. I'm glad the Cowboys going to be playing on Sundays and Thursdays because there ain't going to be no Cowboys After Darks on Saturdays unless it's way, way late in the season. So, old school, man, I always enjoy it, man. I always enjoy talking to Cowboys Nation. Appreciate you. Y'all have a good day, even better week. And if the Lord is willing, y'all will see me again later on today. If not, you'll be seeing videos released from the last few days and just stuff to have fun with. So keeping y'all occupied until we get back together again. So, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Best chat on YouTube. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys where we talk facts. Peace.